Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an object show fan that has barely watched any object shows. We have to fix that. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome into Object Catchup. This is where we discuss object show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, it is day 2 of the road to THREEEE, which is, of course, the latest episode of Excellent Entities released by WebzForevz, which I'm focusing on trying to get earlier, despite the fact that there have been other big releases, just because it's kind of a big thing to get to, right? So I want to focus on that, lock in on that, and then, we'll cover stuff like Woes a bit later. But, before we can really get there, what we're going to be doing is we need to watch the big second season, yes, Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, or EEE, which started 11 years ago, and then it keeps on going all the way to 4 years ago, with 15 episodes so far. I mean, not so far, the series is done. They had 15 episodes, and yeah, it is one of the series that, classifies itself as top dog, to me at least, because it has over 1 million views on an episode. So I think that considers it definitely in the highest class of in terms of, popularity and knowledgeability, because it's a big deal. So it'll be interesting to know. All right, there's not too much really to think about it. We gotta just jump into it, starting with Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, Episode 1, which is titled Return from the Calmart Dollar Bin. Here we go. Alright, a while back I watched Episode 1 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, and indeed, we are here for the second season. So, let's see. So this takes place roughly in... Okay, November 2014 is when, is when the episode released. And then just so that we figure out, what the time span was. And the one was September 2014 to November 2014. So it's actually not that much time. So, the amount of time that there really was to properly improve, not really too much, right? There wasn't really too much time to work with. Between that and this. However, I do believe that there is definitely a solid still general improvement, they're just kind of the cleanliness of the video, with how the assets are generally moving. They're still because, as I pointed out, in the yesterday's analysis of Excellent Entities, there was the whole thing about, the assets move too much, right? And they do the exaggerated style that a bunch of old shows do. It's chilled itself out a bit. It's not too bad. So yeah, that's a thing. And then we end up also having a general, just kind of quality bump in terms of literally the quality of the video is 1080p now. You can watch the video in 1080p, which is crazy. I mean, this could be, of course, a thing where, did this video release in HD? Probably not, right? I mean, it's kind of one of those things where it's after you go back, right? Because, the series was going all the way to 4 years ago, right? It was probably improved after the fact, but it does make the current watching experience quite a little bit improved. So, we start off here with a chocolate bar coming in and getting an offer that, we gotta renew it for the second season because it did very well. So, yeah, they end up doing that, and they end up fetching over the contestants who are still alive, technically, into the situation. That includes Mango, who's off in a kindergarten. Who's on... Where are you? Oh, you're in an adoption center. But then you end up having the other fella that were in jail, so Broomer and Chalky, right? Those two were in jail. I'm very surprised that we actually did play off of the ending. But yeah, so we end up fetching them, then we end up fetching Game that Nearly from the radio show, and we end up fetching Moonstone from the mental asylum thing, which is interesting. Yeah, they were there because they said they had friends. And then we end up fetching the new contestants, which are Latte, yeah, we end up fetching Latte. Oh yeah, by the way, Mango has some friends along from there who also end up joining. So yeah, Latte, who is kind of a really indie in the sense, really wants to be indie, doesn't want to be associated with the mainstream. The mainstream is cringe. So that's what their character is all about. Then we have Diary, a second character who can know anything, because as a Diary, I don't know. Okay, I know how Diary works? I don't. Diary at the very least has Red Moonstone's diary, but I don't know, like, are they a diary, or do they have, like, what if the diary has the power? What if, like, the diary knows everything that was written in every diary? Like, is that the type of power that you have? I don't think so. I think you're just somebody who likes snooping up on people. But okay, those two is there, and there's a second person who knows about Chocolate Bar's epic secret. I'm telling you, we're never gonna know the secret. Then having the Gumball Machine, whose character is entirely just that they're overly protective of any kids, right? So like they need to go over and protect, be the parental figure. And then we end up having the contestants. We end up having the discussion, why should Mango be here? And Mango's like, yo, the Almost One Season 2, no, sorry, he got unfairly deleted, and then he adds comedy to the show. Okay, let's talk about this, because I'm going to be 100% honest, like, fully for real here. I am mildly concerned heading into this, because I will be honest, this cast is a little worrying to me right now, because, okay, this show is definitely leaning way more into kind of the aspects that it ended with, right? So like that pure comedy element, right? And the characters do goofy stuff, say goofy stuff, and are generally goofy, right? However, the thing is that, like, the joke is that the cast is stupid, right? Like, everybody's dumb as shit, like, just in general. Nobody here is, like, over 4 years old mentally, right? Okay, so that's kind of the joke. However, then you end up having the problem that, like, if you have your entire cast be a joke, then that turns your show into a joke, right? That's kind of the thing. Like, as much as Excellent Entities was, of course, having characters like Mango and stuff, be very much so like super comedy powerhouse, to be like the dumb, goofy characters. Yes, however, that also came with its own, like, set of characters that were a little bit more generally okay, right? Like, for, Moonstone, we eventually turned Moonstone into a dumb character, like, a character that was dumb. However, like, Moonstone originally, was acting out as a bit of a smarter character, and Muffin especially helped out this balance a lot. Like, you can criticize it, and in fact, the show does criticize Muffin in this episode, be like, oh no, it's a bland character, and it's like, okay, no, I'm sorry, like, yes, I guess you're a bland character, but by just having somebody who's normal, you have somebody who's different than the rest of the cast, right? Like, Muffin did add a degree of normality to the cast that is important to have. Because if you just have comedy, right, it ends up being a little bit of a problem, right? Because you end up having a one-note show. The notes can be humor, and you can end up, if all you like are the jokes, then yeah, sure. However, you need a little bit of, like, you need to be able to swap. You need to do that a little bit. And, like, currently, especially with character like Muffin allowed to do that, because, for example, in the finale, you ended up having, like, part 1, episode 11, part 1 of Excellent Entities, you ended up having, like, Muffin be a little bit more of, the more logical force. Like, they were still goofy, by the way. They weren't, like, super smart, but they were still, like, a bit more logical. They were doing a bit more logical thing, then switched over to Mango, and it was crazy, right? But then you had that swap, right? You had that tone shift. And in this episode, and you can see it in the maze, like, everybody is just so stupid. like, it's just genuinely to an unbelievable degree. It's crazy. Nobody here's my. Oh yeah, there's a couple of other characters as well, like this freaking pink thing. What even are you? Like, but either way, it's there. This is the thing, right? these characters are not overall like nearly any smart. You know, like how many times, like this freaking character, I don't even know what you are. You're like a jar of milk. Like what is that? Ends up like doing the whole thing where they end up having the dumb discussions like, are you, am I? We're not losers, we just lose a lot. You know, like these type of characters, last of course being the mainstream of that one note. What that is a one note. This is the most one note character of all time. This latte has literally used every single line that they had to make this one joke. Here's the thing. Okay, I'm worried about it from the context of what I'm currently seeing. I do trust it to improve. To be 100% honest, I do trust it to improve, right? Because the show ends up stretching itself across a much longer period of time, right? So I do think that it's going to improve. However, I do think that it's a little bit concerning, right? And just to clarify, this doesn't mean, by the way, that I dislike the gags or whatever. That I dislike the jokes. No, the jokes are fine. The jokes are fine, and some I really enjoy. Like I do really like the joke about the mainstream. Like I found the mainstream, and it's literally the mainstream of what. Like I like those gags, right? However, again, there needs to be a little bit, I think, more of a balance than there currently is, because like nearly every single line is a gag, right? To a degree, right? A character like Headphones is also really dumb. You know, they just say I'm OG, right? A lot of these new characters felt kind of one note in this episode, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. But we're gonna need to find out. Yeah, Gumball Machine is also quite a kind of one note. But yeah, Poison was like probably the more normally one. But yeah, they're still not like epic. So again, a couple of concerns for sure, but in general, is that okay? I see. And anyways, after the maze, a couple of people explode, a couple of people die to gremlins, and then eventually they end up having the team captain to be games. And having the captain be Moonstone, yes, Moonstone, who was just levitating about everything. Feather, fella, who died but then came back, because I guess you can't eat a feather. And then Poison, who just managed to outsmart the people around them and get them eaten rather than themselves. Okay. That is the trio that makes up their teams, and instead how they make it do is they just take from best to worst. They pick the 5, the 4 that they want, the 4 that they want, the 4 that they want. They should theoretically make really unbalanced teams, or it kind of depends on what the picks are, especially because, you know, a bunch of these people don't really know each other. So hold on. The team that gets chosen by Boomer. Wait a minute. Hold on. Favre chooses Boomer Diary, Shark Bearberry, and Gumball Machine. Yes. Wait. Is it? Diary? Wait a minute. You didn't choose Diary. Wait a minute. What? Hold on. I'm using the YouTube caption. Wait. That's not Diary. Wait a minute. Oh, that's an animation error. Surely. Oh no, yeah, because that's a gremlin where the diary should be. What? Oh, okay. All right, that's an interesting spot. But yeah, okay. This team, okay, Diary, Broomer, Gumball Machine. I think Broomer probably is gonna act themselves out pretty well in this season. I think they got out pretty early, but I feel like they'll probably complement the vibe, a more additional goofiness of this vibe a little bit more. Feather seems that they could probably get along with Diary pretty well. Then Gumball Machine and the Berry are kind of like, we're gonna need to find out a little bit more. So okay, I see potential here. This team looks solid. Then we end up having a Poison's team, which is Latte, Clay, Mango, and Chalky. Okay, so Poison with Mango, with Latte, and Neely. Okay, this is like the Funhouse team. You know, like Clay, kind of dumb. Mango, kind of dumb. And Nearly kind of dumb. This team is going to do random shit. This team is going to be the random team. They're not going to do anything with logic. Okay, sounds cool. And then we end up having the last team, which is Moonstone's team automatically, which is What is their team? Hold on. It was the double lard. Oh yeah, the tub of lard. No wait, the tub of lard? No, the thing. Chalky, the Smarty. Oh yeah, that's the fellow. That was the main team, and then the headphones, and then they're alongside the Moonstone. Okay, this team is debatable. It's not very good. Oh god. Like Chalky's the only one here who could probably do anything. Oh wow, this team's truly bad. I mean, here's the thing, Moonstone has the abilities, they just need to get allowed to use them, which at least, to be fair to this challenge, we did actually allow Moonstones to use their levitating ability. You know, a lot of shows would just go like, no, you can't fly. It's like, why is that a thing that your character can do? So I do actually respect that. Which is nice. And then those end up being the teams. Muffin ends up fucking beating up the fella because they end up fucking beating up Poison because they called them a bland character. Yes, good job, but Muffin, you're not a bland character. I mean, you are a bland character, but a bland character is needed. If you don't have, because here's the thing, if you think about it, most shows, they need a bland character, because otherwise they will have a bland character that's a different character you don't consider bland, right? Because you need to have something that gets considered bland for the other characters to not be bland. Think about that. And overall, the episode ends up ending right there, because of course, I ended up doing that. We don't really have credits in this episode, now I think about it. Yeah, no, this episode doesn't. Does it? No, wait, it doesn't have credits. Yo, what? You don't have credits for the episode? Yo, why are we not crediting people? Okay, interesting. That's kind of weird, because I was noticing, I noticed this when I was watching the episode, that it kind of ended suddenly, and I was like, wait a minute, why do I think it ends suddenly? Every episode ends suddenly, and I was realized, no, it's because there wasn't a credits and then a post-credit scene, which I know was going to end the video on it, because that last scene, it was a post-credit scene at its heart, right, was definitely like the type of scene that I was looking at and going, oh, hey, it's the scene before the credits, but like, yeah, we never ended up getting credits, so it just felt like it ended suddenly. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. After all, yeah. I don't know why there's no credits, but okay. So overall, yeah, my recap, what I think of this episode is that it's. Oh, I see some concerns. I'm gonna be honest. Like, if I was watching this at the time, if I was watching this at the time, I would be like the friggin' 6 years old. But like, if I was watching this with my current knowledge at the time, this was like the latest release, I'll probably be worried about the cast, right? I will tell you, like, I try to make somebody more serious than ever, to try to at least balance out the gags. Like, you make a mostly humor show, but you still need a little bit of normality in there. But hey, I have faith. I'm going to be honest, I believe in the show, so I'm going to currently reserve that judgment. I'm going to let it play out, and I'm going to see if it ends up doing truly fully joke or if it doesn't. Alright, time for episode 2, which is titled None of Us Went to Elementary, My Dear Watson. Go. Alright, that is episode 2. It's important to check the dates of these episodes because the down was November 2014. This is January 2015, so we're roughly at like, what, a 2-month, month and a half-ish creating schedule. Okay, I see what's happening. And this episode improved, definitely improved. It is taking those one-note characters that I was on about, right? Like the headphone, a super one-note, the latte that was hilariously one-note, and the other one that I don't remember the name of. But like, it is taking those characters and it is kind of adding in a couple more details, right? Because yeah, that first episode didn't give me too much confidence about the cast. However, I'm a bit more confident. It feels like, okay, we're working things into it a bit more. And also, this episode, I mean, the best way for me to define it is unhinged. I mean, like, this one is like not playing. I'm gonna be absolutely for real. The like, in those gags, it shows blood, which is alright. I mean, it's fine, but yes, it does some interesting jokes. So yeah, we start off with the fellas at the mansion. The mansions keep on exploding every mansion that they have, so they end up just not being at a mansion. it turns out that yeah, for example, Gumball Machine, we get added on lore about Gumball Machine. Gumball Machine in episode 1 was pretty much just like this fella lady who was just kind of like, I am going to I like children but like not like that, but like, they're like, I need to protect them all, okay? But then now we know, okay, it's because you have a babysitting service where you are purposefully, well, I mean, purposely or not, I mean, you have to be purposely because that's the slogan, where you purposely lose them. But hey, that is like that's additional depth. So yeah, we have the prank that they switch lost to dead, so they keep saying that the kids are dead. But yeah, so it does a good amount of effort on that. So we end up having a recovery center. Apparently you can revive people in different sizes. That is interesting, because how does that work? Would a medium just be their normal size? I mean, like, yeah, okay, that's all right, then we'll see if this is a detail that is relevant. I feel like that is a detail that will become rather relevant, right? Because it kind of depends on who's there. Like there would be, for example, a reasonable presumption, right? A reasonable possibility, right? That like we could have something like a character camp the recovery center, right? And that way, if somebody dies, they can intentionally get revived. They're super small. Right, so that way they sabotage the character if they die, so then they get revived. Like, you see how like these are kind of the tactics that you can pull, if that's actually how that works. Like, it could just be entirely, again, it could just not be a real thing, and it could be a gag made because we needed to make a Starbucks joke, right? Like, oh, Corande, but like it's really interesting. But either way, we end up having some things. They end up having the debate, the intro, right? Which, by the way, these intros, I mean, I haven't really mentioned the intros since, like, the old one. So because it switched in, like, episode 10, I think, of Excellent Entities. The intros are fine. We end up having a couple of scenes of the characters, kind of doing their thing. And then with very stock music in the background, right? Like, it's maybe not, it's honestly, to be 100% honest, it's not as charming. However, usually we leave the charming stuff for the elimination. That's the kind of like, so I don't really mind it. So because it's like usually how options should do it is like, for example, like BFDI or like II, like we end up having a kind of pretty for real intro, and then we end up having the goofy stuff be like the cake steak theme or the elimination time, right? Like it kind of plays around then. So we'll have to see what the elimination time for this ends up being, because of course we haven't had an elimination yet. But yeah, we end up having some interesting things, and apparently there's a murderer. Okay, murder is on the loose, and they're murdering people. Don't get murdered. That is the challenge. It is a pretty alright challenge. As far as, yeah, do I think it's a good challenge? I mean, it's solid. It's kind of course, a little bit. It's kind of hide and seek-esque in format. So where, like, the killer ends up just kind of. Some people end up like the people who are safe don't really do anything to be safe, right? They just kind of exist, and then end up winning. So yeah, but at least it does do the thing where it's like, okay, for a character to be out of the challenge and therefore up for elimination, they did need to have died, which means we did need to have the scene in it, right? And since we had that scene there, we get to at least have some showcases of the characters, right? But yeah, we have some characters freaking stabbed themselves, and apparently it was cooling, and then one character presses a bomb and 10 knives fall on Feather. Like, that's really crazy. But I told you Feather and Diary would be a good duo. Then I'll say this, then I'll clock this immediately. I'm telling you, bro. These two make the duo of a lifetime. But yeah, then we have Mango getting absolutely just surviving by just magic. Because, of course, until he eventually just freaking does it themselves. The killer didn't even kill him. They just killed themselves. And then we end up having the other fella. Walking is hard. Proceeds to levitate to the building. Like, bro moment. Like, alright then. Like, you see, these are the types of gags I like. I like gags where it's like, it's it's like, I like when the show does these gags where like it doesn't make too much sense, but like it's kind of funny to see how it kind of like defies itself in a way, defies the logic. Like when a character's like walking is hard and then they don't even walk for like specifically that scene, they just levitate. Like those are the types of gags that I enjoy. Eventually they die because they eat some like rotten food or whatever. Then headphones, you know, you get that headphones apparently is brony. Yes, headphones. Ends up liking the Pretty Princess Pink Pony Perfection game that's apparently releasing, right? And they have a pony figurine, which, you know, at the end of the day, it's characterization, right? I mean, it's kind of, it's all right. I mean, you gotta remember, this was 2014, right? So, like, you know, I like it. At the end of the day, it gives an additional layer, right? Because you just think that, oh, it's MOG layer guy who's gonna say memes that are 2 years old. No, now it's MOG guy who's got got also interest, right? Like, so we know more about the character now. You see, like, there's got some solidity on that aspect. They do die. And yeah, and by the way, like, majority of the characters just walk straight into death. They're just that, alright, I am going to walk to the murderer, because of course, like, as we know, the entire cast of the show has one shared brain cell, but like, it's a fake. But anyway, yeah, I do enjoy this quite a bit. The gumball machine jumps off the cliff. Yes, of course they do. I'm telling you, this episode's on here. How many times have we said a character murdered themselves? Yes, the diary ends up dying because they end up interviewing the killer and exploding. Then we end up having Latte be like, I'm reading a bad book. And of course it's Twilight, because that was the joke back then. Remember, everybody made fun of Twilight. Yes, that's what they could do. So, yes, they made fun of it. Then they have a bar box, which they never heard of. What do you mean? Didn't you work there? Weren't you working at Starbucks? Right? Like, bar box? Like, is that not where they got you for the thing? What are you on? Are you good? Latte. And then, of course, they end up dying because they end up getting drunk by the murderer, who's like, oh, I would like a latte. And then they end up drinking the latte. And then they also end up drinking the poison as well, so the poison dies. And it's apparently, the poison is not that poisonous. Moonstone ends up dying because they just try to read the mind of Smarty. Nope, if you try to read the mind of Smarty, you will be transported to the next dimension. Because there is no mind. How do you try to read something that's not there? You know, it's like, imagine you're trying to read air. It's not going to work. You will literally explode as a human being right now if you try to read air. And that's exactly what Moonstone was doing. They tried to read what didn't exist, which was Smarty's brain. So, like, yeah, of course they falter. And then Smarty just kind of survived there by doing nothing. But you see what I mean? It's kind of like, they didn't do anything, but they're safe because the killer just didn't go in that vicinity, you know. And it's like, okay, I mean, it's not a great challenge in terms of like fairness for that reason, because of course, like, the fact that Smarty survives is entirely a writing decision. You know, Smarty wasn't better or worse at any of it than the majority of the other people. But anyway, yeah, Clay ends up eventually dying. Who ends up dying? Oh yeah, for some reason the berries gets crushed by 1,000 pounds. And therefore, Smarty, by winning, by, you know, not getting attacked, survives. The last two people that were alive on each team end up also being safe. So that means that we have the people eliminated up for Elam on the two teams, being Charlotte being Turbo, who's being Mango, Latte, Poison, and Naily. And on Team Heathers, we end up having Broomer, Gumball Machine, Feather, and Diary. I mean, I believe that one person is getting eliminated, right? Yes, because we have 15 people who have 15 episodes. Well, I mean, there could be a double elim sometime, but like, we end up that, because, you know, it's always, nowadays we're kind of conditioned to believe that multiple teams up for elimination means that one character is getting eliminated on big teams, on each team, because that's like what object shows tend to do nowadays because of the large cast object show epidemic, right? So you need to put multiple teams up for Elam, then one from each. That way, you know, we don't have a million episodes. But I don't think this show does this. So I believe it's just the person who ended up getting eliminated, the murderer. Who, by the way, I believe the murderer, like, is Muffin on top of the fish tank YouTuber. Is that correct? Is that what the murder is? As I think that's what they are, right? It's like, it's the fish tank asset, and there's the Muffin on top. Which is weird, because Muffin did show up, I think. Or was it Wait, hold on. I'm a bit confused. Because Softball showed up for like a second. Then they like got murdered, and then like we said that the murderer was on the loose. Right? Something like that? I don't... I don't exactly remember, but I need to I need to believe on that one, but yeah, alright. Overall, this episode, I will say, is definitely quieted down my concerns. The characters that I was a bit worried about being only gags, I mean, they are at least only gags, but at least, you know, we're increasing the variety. You know, I still believe that there needs to be a little bit more of a serious force, but a character like Broomer, for example, does start to like grow more into it, you know? Like you'll notice that a character like Broomer is kind of a little bit more chilled out, right? Like they're dumb, but they're not like, but like they're not gonna go out of their way to make super dumb decisions every time, right? Same thing goes for a character like Poison. Like Poison was just there, so I can see that like some characters I believe are getting turned a little bit into the more normality side type, and then we also have. You know, just a general increase of character possibilities by adding more traits to them, by adding more possible gags to them, which means that we can just have more variety in the jokes as well. So, okay, I think that it is clutching up. After, you know, I would say a questionable episode 1, it comes in with a strong episode 2 that, you know, it bolsters the foundation. I'm still not 100% convinced, but we're gonna need to see, because it's time for episode number 3. Episode number 3 is titled, let me check, In Space, No One Can Hear You Ice Scream. Ha ha. Alright, let's go. Okay, that is episode 3 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. So, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, watching this episode, like, a weird thing started to, like, I started to notice, right, while I was watching the episode, is that I was thinking, like, yo, what am I gonna say about this? And, like, nothing was coming. Like, I was like, I had no real idea what to say. Because I feel like this episode, which by the way, when did this release? This released in April. So yeah, I mean, we're working on roughly a 2-month schedule. I would say. So roughly 2 months between an episode and an episode, half between 1 and 2, half between 2 and 3. Okay, that's roughly how it was. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely the show at a relatively default-ish state, and it's doing its job pretty well. So we start off here with the initial scene of being like, Clay, what do you do? And then we end up re-showing Clay's like capability of shapeshifting to a good degree, you know, pretty much Ditto style, which is pretty solid. I do wish that the shapeshifting did arrive with with like a visible change, in the sense that, okay, I understand that it's still gonna be trickery, but like if the eyes were red or something, like, you know, the eyes were a different color or something, because like I feel like shapeshifting is cool. It's a cool idea, but it's kind of weird when it's literally just the character, right? It's easy to confuse. So having a technical detail that helps out with a shapeshifting contestant, properly get displayed in a series, I mean, that's good, you know, in my personal eyes. So I would try to have something like that in the series, personally, right? Because like it's kind of one of those things where you know, you gotta remember that at the end of the day, your show being watched is mostly by kids. If you're making an object show, right? If you're making an object show, it's gonna be watched mostly by kids, and therefore you need to try to make things kind of clear, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, you could do subtlety. However, a main character trait should probably be relatively clear, right? So that is kind of why we end up having, like, that's why I recommend, for example, like, you know, for a shapeshift to have a visible trait that you can, well, that's different, right? Because otherwise you have to pay a bit more attention. Sometimes people might get confused, right? But yeah, we end up going over to the Smoothie Shack, which of course is a Shake Shack ripoff. I don't know what Webbs was doing at like 14 years old, but they were going to drink stores, because we're making fun of them. We make fun of Starbucks. We make fun of Shake Shack. We make fun of everything. If you sold drinks in 2014, it is over for you. Extraordinarily Excellent Entities is coming after your ass. it is so getting you. Because of course because they're just doing the classic joke. Oh, can I have a double lip strawberry boom boom grande? Yes, okay, I get it. Doing the joke. But yeah, we end up having some situations. We end up having the intro. So yeah, remember how I said that I was curious how the elimination time theme was gonna go to see if it was gonna be cool. Yeah, no, it turns out that it's actually there isn't one, and so that you know, my bad, gang. I did not notice that we were not gonna do that. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of a little bit unfortunate. But either way, we have ourselves the elimination, which is done in a different style. So apparently they're all floating on a platform as they got the budget from the bank. I mean, to be fair, nobody ever actually opened the safes. Remember the safes that had the 1 million? Nobody ever actually opened it. But either way, yeah, so they end up going over. And the final two basically end up dangling off a rope, right? And they're falling off their platform on a rope, and then one of them, for the eliminated contestant, the rope snaps, and for the one that doesn't. Excellent idea, by the way, in terms of actually showcasing the character that they're making it, because yeah, you can do a proper cinematic scene. They're both falling, and then one of them continues falling, and one of them stays on the screen, and there we go. That's an instantly effective method of understanding who's safe. It is exciting, it is action-packed, and it is good overall. So I do actually enjoy that. That system quite a bit. It's not exactly what this does though. This one kind of does a fade to black, and then you get to see one of them stay, which is a little bit you know, unfortunate, because I think it'd be cool. Like, we get a top-down view of the black hole. Yeah. Then we contestant is Mango with 57 votes, barely getting eliminated. However, still holding the true detail that if it's season 2 and the winning contestant from season 1 is in season 2, it is over for ya. Because Mango was absolutely not the worst performer in the challenge. They actually did okay. There were tons of other characters who did way dumber decisions and died because of those. Mango, I mean, was doing very dumb decisions, but still, like, you know, managed to dodge the robber and everything, dodge the murderer. But yeah, they just get eliminated because of the classic thing. Viewers don't want a previously winning contestant to win again. You know, like, it's just kind of a global opinion that ends up being made, where, like, on average, it's going to be super hard, and they're going to get eliminated nearly immediately if they're up for Elim immediately. You see, I find that, like, in general, sometimes they manage to survive, right? Kind of by, like, how Fiery kind of survived a bit in the other seasons. By just kind of vibing it out, but like, they can't get up for Elim immediately, right? Like, if you put if you're gonna put a previously winning contestant on your season, you need to make them safe for a bit, right? Like, you need to give them screen time in the season for a couple of episodes, and then you're good, right? You might be good. I mean, they'll still have that constant negative benefit against them, but you can't put them up for Elim in the first elimination, because then you're just settling. You're just forming the grave. You're going boop boop. Grave sorted down. But yeah, we had for some reason the show also, by the way, has a little bit of an opinion switch up on Grape, right? Like, hold on a minute, I thought we were defending Grape, like, on episode 1, but then coming back, like, oh, they're the comedy of the show and everything, and now in this episode, the gag is that they're not, oh, you're a characterless character. I'm sorry, this show is going on the bandwagon route. This show is just hating on whoever gets eliminated. I'm sorry, no. Show. Are you defending Mango? Are you saying that Mango's a good character that does the comedy and helps out the show? Or are we saying that Mango's a useless character that doesn't help, that is entirely there for gags? Okay? My personal opinion is that Mango does help out the show, but it would help out a show. However, I don't think it exactly help out this show, because pretty much every character in this show is already so stupid. We're like having the epiphany of stupid. It isn't even that different, right? So, like, in general, that's my opinion. But, like, yeah, it kind of it's kind of a detail. But yeah, again, they're getting eliminated, and then we end up having this challenge. So apparently, the government stocked up on 1 million pounds of ice cream or whatever, and then all of it left, and then sent it to the moon, but the rocket exploded, so then only one was left in a different side spaceship that they left as a reserve. So there's a $50,000 bounty to get that thing from the sky, so then they'll get over and they get teleported to the spacecraft, and then that's the challenge, simply get the tub of ice cream. Okay, a little bit of a odd system for sure. I mean, it kind of oh yeah, there's also a gremlin wizard, a space alien werewolf vampire gremlin vampire things that gets there, who has a super high pitched voice and is going like, I'm gonna kill you, and then they do that, right? But yeah, we have apparently the anti-mango ninjas that are there entirely to remind you that mango exists. That we will never forget mango. Ooh, yes. Alright, sounds good. The fellas at the top end up just going, well, we're behind on the other team, so I think we should just... It would be better if we gave up. Bro, and the other ones say yes as well. You're listening to Poison tell you to give up. You're sitting on top of the spit. You can't even breathe the air. What do you do? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you see, this is what I mean. Like, even... Because, like, in the other episodes, like, I'm hesitant to call Poison a bit more normal. Because they are a bit more normal, but they're still super dumb. Like, that's the thing. Even the normal-ish characters, right? The characters that don't behave directly weirdly, right? In terms of, like, how they present themselves, right? So a character like Broomer doesn't really present themselves dumb. Poison doesn't really present themselves dumb, but they still do dumb actions, right? Like, that's kind of the thing about them. So, yeah, we end up having some moments. We end up forming an alliance, apparently, between Broomer and Feather. So they're doing that. We end up having the diary hide over with the gumball machine. Okay, weird criticism with the diary. Okay, hear me. Okay, I want to know if you agree. Okay, so, like, I don't know if you look at diary, but you'll notice that the diary has a lock on it. Okay? And, like, you know, the lock hole thing, right, where it is, and it just so happens that that's fully black, right? So then what happens is that majority of the time the eyes are kind of split in between this little lock hole, and then it just makes it look weird, if that makes sense. Like, that's a really random criticism about this eye, right? Because it looks like they even have a third eye or like a weird nose. Because that lock is the same color as the eye, it's also a really similar size, right? Like, personally, I would be massively down to make that lock thing gray, because that way it doesn't directly clash with the asset, because it makes that part of the backing asset look like beyond the asset and the face, right? But I want to know if this is just like me nitpicking as hell, or if this is an actual complaint that y'all agree. Does that lock thing on the diary look weird because of how it clashes with the eye? Do you agree? I don't know. But you get to do that. Gumball machine ends up chilling. Gumball machine's like, well, I don't have weapons, and then they suddenly do have weapons. The fella ends up, you know, the machine, what do you call it? The gremlin ends up attacking a couple of people. It kind of works. Depending on some people. Diary ends up, of course, trying to mark off. Like, you see, I'm sorry, like, when the eye goes over the lock hole, it's like, it just ends up making it like a bigger looking eye. It looks weird. Like, I don't know. But, yeah, they end up debating the headphones. Yes, they're talking about that thing. Oh, yeah, Game Sphere. Doing that. Okay, yeah, and then we end up having the buttons, yes, the Smarty presses. So, yeah, Smarty reads the press button to space wrong. However, it turns out that it was actually a debate that the spaceship was doing, and it was correct. You should press that one. However, they end up pressing both of the buttons. So, yeah, they end up they fly out and die, which is great. We enter the room that's grass. We end up destroying a bridge. Like, there's a bunch of action here. You know, it's kind of a little bit more difficult to comment on the action. And right as they're about to get to the ice cream, there's a puzzle that you got to do, which I didn't actually understand. Hold on, wait a minute. I want you to finish the sentence. Keep calm and name your object show blank. Steal stuff from QFDI. Poke hole in the logic of excellent entities and all of the above. So D, right? Stay calm and do all of them. Okay, yeah. My bad, I sneezed. Hey man, no, that doesn't happen often. Why did I sneeze? But yeah, apparently February's like, yo, we can recover you. I need to win the challenge, okay? I don't know why they couldn't just fucking grab the diary and just run, like, just freaking yeet them. Like, you were not that far away. But yeah, diary will get eaten alive. But hey, yeah, you're a terrible person, but it goes how it goes. So that means that you get to vote somebody off the other teams. Or save. Also, yeah, you could have just had Broomer take them, or like Broomer take the ice cream, and then the other fella. Like, it was safe anyway. But yeah, we have Tubalard, Smarty, Moonstone. I'm okay. By the way, if you're wondering why the hell I keep getting confused, it's because I keep thinking of Game Sphere, because the Game Sphere plush came out yesterday. For BFPOR. So I have that in my mind, and Moonstone Game Sphere is like a similar enough forming of a name to I kind of remember it. Yes, then there's Headphones, Chalky, Clay, Naily, Latte, and Poison. Naily didn't do anything in this one. Not nothing. Like nada. They had like a combo like at the start, right? Yeah, where they eventually got shot dead, I think. They was like, oh, they're the new mango. So they didn't do anything. But I guess there's pity for that. But Poison, could Poison get out? Yeah, Poison's out. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna predict Poison to get out because they were trying to get somebody else out. But again, it's impossible to really know nowadays what exactly 11-year-olds like voters 11 years ago, not 11-year-old voters, were like trying to. We're looking for. All right, episode 4 is titled EEE equals MC squared. Is that equation? Let's go. Alright, a while back I watched episode 4 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. To be fully 100% honest, this feels like the type of show that would have absolutely despised me. Somebody who's out here discussing characters and character development and how a show should be done, when like that is at the end of the day at the heart and core and center of what this show does anyways, just make fun of it. Right, and at the end of the day, it does kind of set an interesting precedent, though, at the end of the day, because you're trying to do a comedic thing where you're making fun of an object show doing a thing for the reason that it's doing the thing, right? I was like, oh, we're gonna do this with only these characters so that we can show off the character development of those characters, and it's like weird, right? Okay, fully understood, got that, it's kind of weird. However, at the same time, it's one of those things where it does need to still do those things to be a good show, while at the same time making fun of it. So it kind of has an interesting idea. How do you do character development if you're making fun of the concept of character development, right? Because it's just kind of one of those things that's kind of difficult to maintain, because like the thing about it is that it's making fun of a show for doing character development. I'm sorry, every show has to do character development. It's kind of one of those things where doing character development ends up being a little bit of a thing that ends up happening with it. Because it makes it a little bit complicated. But what do I think? Does I think it succeeds? It does okay. It kind of flops, I'm not gonna lie, because what it does is it takes these 3 characters, okay? It takes the 3 characters who were apparently not developed. So it took Chalky, it took the Sharkberry, right? Sharkbearberry, and then it took who the hell? It took Clay as well, right? So those are the undeveloped characters, and they're going to go do the challenge themselves for character development. That is a correct way to technically do it, although the idea of having them be safe for their team is a bad one, right? Because, of course, that means that the other teams are up for Elam, despite the fact that they didn't do anything, right? And therefore will not get screen time. However, the thing about it is that the problem is with the system that they end up doing here is that they end up, like, even though doing a challenge on them is fair, they don't actually do a challenge that encourages character development. Actually, they do the polar opposite. They do a challenge where you're supposed to say a correct thing, right? And in terms of like letting characters shine, I believe trivia challenges are pretty poor, right? Because, like, yes, they can give a comedic answer that reflects their character, but, like, not really. Right? Not really that much. Like, they can't show off their creativity of a character from how they handle things right now, right? Which is, it's a little bit, it's a little bit unfortunate. So it kind of does leave those characters just have to answer, and if they answer wrong, it's not like unique that they answer it wrong. Everybody's stupid in the show, so I just expect them to answer it wrong. And also the riddles are kind of confusing. So like, it's kind of like, okay, bro, it's not great. But then that turns out that because of that, they also need to show off screen time to the other characters, right? So that way, when they're up for elim, we still get to see them. However, since those fellas aren't doing a challenge, we don't need to answer. In fact, they're just having conversation and everything. They can develop a character, right? Because they're doing a non-competition. They just get to hang out and do their own things based on their own personalities. They're not forced to answer one specific way, which means that it actually does the opposite of what it's trying to do. It tries to develop the characters that are undeveloped by putting them in the challenge only themselves. But instead, the challenge is boring, and it ends up that we develop every character that's not in the challenge instead. Like, you see the thing? Like, what? Okay, bro. Like, it's just kind of, it's so unbelievably goofy. But yeah, either way, we end up having some shenanigans. Where, yes, apparently we ended up having Poison put everybody in on the gym, to work out because they're doing something. Because they need their team to start winning and not losing. Okay, sure. We end up hosting the elimination battle where the eliminated contestant does in fact end up being none other than Poison over the tub of lard. They ended up being mean, and we make the joke that they were being mean for 20 seconds. No. Like, okay, yes, Poison was mean for like a couple of seconds. However, I do still have to admit, no, I think the main reason that Poison gets eliminated is because they disregarded the challenge. Viewers do not like a contestant that isn't willing to compete in the show that they're watching. Okay? That is the main reason why Poison gets eliminated. They are mildly mean, but the main reason they get eliminated is because of that, right? So I understand the chocolate bar is trying to do haha funny, but yeah, I don't know. It's not correct. But yeah, so they end up doing the quizzes. Where again they keep chatting about do character development. Oh my god, bro, I understand. So what is the first riddle? Hold on. Johnny's mom has 3 kids. The first is Doe. The second is Ray. And what is the third? Okay, so you so you want them to say me because right, Dory me. However, the actual answer is is Johnny because the first one's Doe, the second one's Ray, and therefore it has to be Johnny because Johnny's mom and 3 kids. Okay, yes, that's the riddle. Then we end up having Hessa and Tub of Lard and discussing, doing classic media discourse online. That's to be fair to media discourse, it's not really changed. To be 100% honest, the argument that headphones and Tub of Lard have over here, about the ratings and whatever is really not that different than a discussion about media that you would have today. Gonna be fully honest, that's not changed. So, you know what? Fair enough. Then we end up having Moonstone be like, hey, remember this thing I can do that I used for 2 jokes and that's about it? Because, again, we're making fun of it. Like, you see how much we make fun of things, right? Like, does this do too much meta humor? Like, it's getting to that point where I am having to ask it. I think the answer is still nah. I think it survives, right? However, there are certain points where, like, especially in this episode, where it's like, okay, bro. Bro. Like, chill a little bit. Try to do a bit of a show, come on, let's not just do all meta humor, right? Because to do a bit of meta humor, you still need to have not meta things, right? But yeah, either way, at the end of being like, all right, well, I can use these powers to read people's minds, so then that's what they go over and do. In the meantime, Smarty ends up going over to be Gumball Machine's kid as a coping mechanism, which, however, Smarty's willing to do because, I mean, Smarty has something better to do, let's be 100% honest. Second, what starts with T, ends with T, and is filled with tea? It's a teapot. Yes, correct. That they eventually do indeed get it correct. And then the final question, no, not the final question, there's more questions, whatever. But yes, apparently, of course, Gamer and Tubalard ended up debating, and then that's what they ended up trying to use against them, right? Like, they end up trying to use against those two. I don't know how, but, like, they just know that they got beef, unresolved beef that they say is resolved despite not being resolved, okay? That's kind of what's going on. Alright, got it, understood, caught it, and we can keep it moving. So, what's another question? What is yours where your friends use more? Your name? Yes, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That is indeed what would be true, I guess, because what is your way of friend you more? Because your friends refer to you by your name. Although you could, I mean, like, it's kind of one of those things, you know. You don't necessarily need to refer to someone else with your name, and you can refer to yourself in the third person, but you would nearly never do that. So yes, okay, fair. Like, I understand the point of the question. Then we end up having the debate about which one of them is going to win, whether it's going to be Chalky, the fella, the moon, no, not the moonstone, the moonberry. What am I on? The shark bear belly. And then Clay. And then finally, we end up having the final question. There are 3 doors, one with ninjas behind it, one with a lion who hasn't eaten in 3 months, and one with a raging fire. Which one will you enter? Yes, it's door number 2, because the lion would be dead. Indeed. Like, I don't mind the reasoning that gets given that one with a ninja behind it, Ninja Star was endangered. Okay, I understand in universe why you would do that, why that would be the line of thinking. Okay, I understand it. However, yeah, I mean, if a lion hasn't eaten in 3 months, they are dead. So, like, that is the amount of logic. And of course, the fire is just a bad idea. It's just don't go in a fire, guys. But then I'm having a fanfic. By the way, there's a fanfiction account linked to the description. Latte's fanfiction account. Really? Does this still exist? Oh my god. What do you mean profile updated in 2024? Oh wait, did we write more fanfiction in? Wait, oh my god, no, it's off in July. Yo, what? Totally made up, not based on real people. Why is this Smoothie and Gamble had only been friends for a while, but they knew their friendship would stay intact for a while. After being somewhat reunited with her old debut Ploison and the awkwardness that ensued during one of their conversations, she went to Smurdy for advice, and they both found out that they had a few common you know, I love this stuff. You see, this stuff's fun. I like this. I'm not gonna lie. And then I like how they make an excuse like that. Oh, I was busy with the competition, so that's why we're not just like, you know, constantly writing long fanfics. Okay, yeah. I get you. But yeah, it turns out that eventually the winner ends up being Clay, right? Yes, Clay ends up winning for their team, which means that the other 2 teams are up for elim. Which one? Who's getting eliminated? I don't. You know, there's like a debate here. It could be Gumball Machine. I feel like Gumball Machine was kind of weird. I feel like you could consider them a little bit awkward. But no, but Moonstone's up for elim with Diary. But which one should get elim? Diary, surely. I guess it's got to be Diary's time to go then, right? Because Diary was mean. Diary's trying to take down the fellas. I mean, Moonstone is helping out, but it wasn't their idea, right? Like, we're using their tools to manage to do it. But at the end of the day, it is Diary's idea to want the juicy lore. So I think Diary should realistically go. But again, I don't know what the hell we were thinking back in those days. I don't really know what we were thinking. But I'm gonna I guess say that it's that. And go with it as my final answer, my final prediction, right? Because I mean, I got it right last time, so why can't I get it? Okay, why can't I get it right this time? Okay, next up is the 5th episode of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. It is titled Roasted Chocolate. All right, here we go. Okie dokie, episode 5 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, Roasted Chocolate. So, you know the plots, they keep on going, the show keeps on moving. Now, we have ourselves a start here where Latte and Nelly are off theorizing how to make their following fanfiction, because apparently the previous fanfiction of Gumball Machine and Smarty ended up doing pretty well, right? So Lotta, is trying to ride the trend, make it to the mainstream, and then, is locked in on the fanfic. Nothing's more important than making fanfics, nothing at all. The other fellas that are with them, I mean, they help out, like Naily and the Bearberry. However, they're trying to help out. However, Latte, at the end of the day, it only cares about it. Stop caring about challenges, stop caring about anything. And at this point, it is like the only thing that they say. So, this is a pretty enjoyable situation, because we've started off with Latte being an extremely one-note character who only talked about one thing, which was indie and mainstream. We've added on this fanfiction thing, right? Which okay, cool, you fanfic writer, you kind of with it, you kind of on the Tumblr game, right? You're on the AO3, right? Okay, yes, cool. So then you do that, and it's like, all right, character developing, right? Character growing. You're a shipper. Okay, yes, sure. However, then you get obsessed with it, and now that's the only thing you talk about again. So we've managed to go from one note to piano back to one note. Like we've done the full circle. Like, come on, bro. Latte, be capable of thinking more than one thing at a time. How small is your brain? But yeah, they're locking in on the fanfiction. In the meantime, the game is indeed gaming. To be fair, they absolutely demolish this level of Pink Pony, whatever. So good job. And in the meantime, Feather and Broomer end up discussing, and Feather pretty much tries to convince Broomer, we gotta play ruthless, alright? No friends, no allies, no nothing, okay? Unless you want to get eliminated early. And Broomer's like, okay, I mean, sure, we can do that, you can do that. No allies. Because, this is one of the debates, like, it's kind of like, only one will win, so should you have allies? I mean, the answer is yes, because, you need to make it farther into the game. That's kind of how it goes. To make it farther into the game, you need to have allies that are going to help you out, and you're going to need to be nice, and you're going to need to not get voted, right? Because at the end of the day, that's kind of the thing with reality shows primarily, right? Like, at the end of the day, reality shows and stuff like this is very social, right? So that's kind of one of the things that these characters don't really understand, is that they're very much so social. You have to not get voted off by people, right? Like, it's not a directly performance-based. If it was purely performance-based, like, performance matters, but at some point you're going to need to get voted, whether it's a vote to win or it's a vote or a challenge or something. At some point you're going to need to get voted, and for that point, it can really bite you. So yeah, Feather is not clocking that, unfortunately. But, we end up having an intro, a renewed intro, by the way, a very topical intro, this one is. Like, it's directly related to the events of the episode, because you can see, right, like, the fellas in the fanfiction area, the math, because the guy's smart now, right, because they're doing the thing, then the stalkers, the Feather and the fella, and Broomer. Then you have Smarty, and they're playing like babies, right? Like, you see, this intro is very renewed. I'm curious, because they would technically probably be like, not as accurate anymore, starting from the next episode, especially because, eliminating contestants and everything. So will we just have a renewed intro every episode? Because that is a little bit of an exaggerated thing, right? That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff that we're banking on making here. But I mean, okay, if it works, it works. But yeah, we're back to the elimination area, where we ended up having the eliminated contestant be Feather. Yes, I'll be honest, with these today, I haven't been able to get too much done, which is unfortunate, because I really wish I would have been able to get series done, but I haven't been able to get too much done in this specific day, which means that, like, I've had a bunch of breaks between episodes, and that one, for episode 4, did kind of make me forget about what Feather said. However, I mean, I still think that, like, in general, the diary stalk was worse, but, like, in general, okay. But in general, they end up dropping down, and we end up finding out that there's just like a mini house there. You know, it's like a fucking apartment complex where you can't leave. They've got TV, there's food, and that's about it. And the challenge. So the challenge is a roast. Yes, you can roast. Anybody in the room, any contestant, anybody the chocolate as well, and the chocolate bar will rate them. So then the team that overall has the highest percentage score, if you sum up there together, you take the average percentages, then they will end up doing all right. So yeah, it's a roast of, surprisingly enough, not a challenge I've actually really seen. Like, I'm trying to think, like, is this a challenge that I've seen a show do before, since? No, not really, which is surprising to me now that I think about it, because I mean, the concept of a roast of is a thing that, you know, has existed for a very long time. But yeah, in my personal opinion, I've never actually been too fond of roast-offs. I'm kind of too kind. You know, like, I'm kind of too kind to diss someone directly. But to put in a show, I mean, that's a pretty good idea, I would say. I mean, like, go right ahead is what I would say. Absolutely. So, yeah, we end up having some fellas think it out. For some reason, Chalky has been like, who was there? 50. Wait, I don't know what that said. I need to zoom in on Chalky. Hold on. Let me get this. What did that say? Tall was here. Tall. Who would be tall? Because it's spelled wrong. What? Okay, no, I don't know who scribbled on Chalky. Okay, but either way, they you know, that gamer trio ends up deciding, all right, boys. So hear me out on this one. What if we diss each other? Right, and like we list off our faults to each other. This is nice because, well, first of all, if you're socially anxious about it, you can also, you know, solve it by, you know, talking to your fellow teammate. Yes, correct. Then if you can also directly, you know, ask pointers to them. Yo, what do you think about this? Yo, what do you think about it? Right? It's nice, to be fair, to get some collaborative from the person themselves, especially since they're not the ones that need to rate it, right? Like, they don't need to get surprised by it. The host has to get surprised by it. So you can really think something through, which is nice, with the person themselves that you're dissing as well. So it's an interesting tactic, and I say that it's pretty solid. We end up having Broomer confront Smarty and going like, yo, don't you think what you're doing with Gumball Machine's kind of a little bit weird? It's like, nah, I'm helping out. You know? Just because something's new or different doesn't make it weirder than all the old stuff. What? Okay. But yeah, the Smarty here, I mean, of course, it is a bit weird to play baby to somebody, right? Like, that's kind of weird, like role-playing a baby. In a real life situation, like, that's kind of weird. And Broomer is correct at pointing it out. Basically, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you see how it's difficult to this show sometimes, right? When it does something like that, right? Like, it's kind of almost complicated because, like, for example, with just how much, right, the meta humor element was enforced in the last batch of episodes. In this episode, it takes kind of a step back, except for the roast itself, but like in the roast forming, it kind of takes a little bit of a step back, and it's kind of weird, because like, if that was the last episode, not gonna lie, they would have probably made about the joke like, oh, you're just trying to get your character developed, like, or something, you know, like, it would just go off, which is also a danger about doing meta humor, right? Or just any kind of like humor or vibe, right? If you're really locky zone into it for one episode, that kind of starts to become what vibe I'm imagining your show is. So then it's kind of weird when you break away from it, right? Which is interesting as well, because like we ended up having a carrot. Chocolate Bar said a line about like, oh, why do you all like Mango so much? Because they brought the comedy back that the show was needing, or something, which is interesting, because again, the show's dissing itself for not having comedy when it's nearly entirely intended to be a comedy series, and that's because that they're constant and that's because, like, I guess comedy in the show, is there comedy? Yes. However, there's a lot of meta comedy, right? Which is pretty much sarcasm. In terms of a direct joke on joke, yeah, the show wasn't doing too much of it, I guess. So that's it's kind of an interesting debate on it, because this show, I mean, yeah, it has been doing a lot of meta humor, but like, it's kind of way, no? Like, I don't know. But either way, they end up forming their stuff. They end up getting along to headphones because they're kind of goofy. They're kind of goofy. They're kind of anxiety because they don't know how to write a good joke. So then they're like, oh, what do I do? And they end up doing that. Then what else do we have? Oh yeah, this line. Viewers will bring into the comedy that the viewers say it's missing. And then it's a great job of having a... Yeah, okay, yeah, that line. See, such an interesting line. Because, like, what? The viewer said the comedy was missing. Yo. But again, I think that, okay. First of all, I don't know if this is real. Right? I don't know how much of it is responding to real criticism. But it's like, if it was, okay, let's entertain the idea that it was. Why would it be that viewers would say that the comedy is lacking, even though the show is still entirely filled with comedy? It's because it's not like finale of Excellent Entities that's reference humor. This is, again, it's meta humor, which means that it's directly playing sarcastically and mentioning things that other shows do, like say, character development stuff, directly at you, and that's funny because, it's calling it out, right? When instead, a direct reference humor was that it did a reference, and then you were like, oh, it's the reference, right? Because you weren't expecting the reference. So it's changed the type of comedy. So I understand why some people might say that the comedy would have changed, even though it wouldn't really have changed, right? That means about it, like the fact that there's comedy is still absolutely comedy, but the type of comedy that they show has currently been exorbitantly that has been displaying in this episode in this show has been different than how it has been displaying in the first season. And that's true. Like, that's actually true. Fair enough. But yes, Diary ends up asking to do something. Yeah, Diary ends up asking the Moonstone to get their notes for the thing. It's like, no, I'm gonna get it. It's gonna be all mine, which is fair. That's true. Then we end up having, Gumball Machine ends up in a total drama island confessionary. That's just all in the middle of a cliff. You see, that is reference humor. You see what it means, and that's a more classical joke. Like, that's a joke that Excellent Entities would do. The meta humor, like, while it did that a lot, especially in part 2, it was something that was brought into the show near the end, because it mostly wasn't doing it. It was mostly trying to be a show at the start, right? So then here, it very much applies the meta humor, and then it maybe does forget a little bit of the other humor. So then you have to spruce it a little bit back in, right? Because at the end of it, that's what people like about Excellent Entities. This is, it's kind of interesting to see how this show currently gauges its comedy. It really does. Because by taking it so unbelievably on the nose, you start, it's easy to miss. Like, it's, but yeah, Len Latte goes on about it. And then we end up having the order of the people doing the roast. By the way, I just like to point out that, like, you know how, like, the Diary did the whole notes? No, Diary wanted the whole notes and everything, and Moonstone was like, this is all mine. That didn't matter. None of that mattered. Like, they both still had a roast, and they both were a pretty equal value. Moonstone's roast did not exactly do anything too secretive, right? And Diary's roast was probably what Diary would have done anyways. So that was a great little piece of arc that didn't do anything. But yeah, so we start off with the roast. Okay, let's see some of the roasts. All right. I'm ready for my close-up. Alright, Chocolate Bar. It's amazing how you can look at all these contestants and see the good in them. You're so off at the toilet jealous. Chalky, your personality is as blank as your color. No, seriously. You're so white, you're burning my retinas. Okay. Then they get a 6 out of 10. A majority of these rows get a 6 out of 10, and they're alright. What rows get a better than a 6 out of 10? Hold on. Because a bunch of them get an 8 out of 10. And I'm trying to find out which one it is. Gumball Machine's response. Wait. Hold on. I'm trying to click it. Broomer, your jockiness is super really unappealing. Wait, I mean your cockiness. Chalky, your personality is like Gumball Machine's responsibility. Neither of them exist. Yeah, okay. I see it. So yeah, let's get an 8 out of 10. Then we end up having Chocolate Card. The reason why you never is there a reason why you never show your wife she uglier than you are? So you get an 8 out of 10. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Then we end up having an 8 out of 10. Shabby, you always take yourself a little too seriously. It seems that playing imagination has its side effects. 8 out of 10. Okay, I don't know if I exactly disagree with these. I will say that a couple of the 6 out of 10 were a little bit were good. I'm trying to remember. Dude, the paintbrush one's crazy. Broomer and the paintbrush one's crazy. That would get my highest rating. I like that. Because it's both funny, it's reference humor, and it's a roast, and it doesn't play it safe. I like that joke. So I think Sharberry should win. But yeah, either way, you know, in general, MOG bro, more like MOG no thanks. Got him. So we ended up doing that until eventually Gumball Machine at the last second. You know, they were told that they can be mean, so they end up just kind of spouting out mean shit. Which, I mean, it's not a joke. They still get a 5 out of 10, by the way. And then rallying up the scores, that means that that team is out for elimination. The team with Moonstone and Diary and everybody else is at 74%, and the other 2 teams are up for elimination. So we have Sharkberry, Gumball Machine, Broomer, and Diary on one team, and then Latte, Clay, and Nelly on the other team. So yeah, I mean, it's something interesting. I would say that Broomer does go over and is like upset, like, oh yo, yeah, goddamn you Gumball Machine. But to be fair, again, they got a 5 out of 10. Like that's only like what 1 point higher than what Broomer got. Like that wasn't really gonna change the game too much. Like yes, could have gone an 8 out of 10. But yeah, in general, yeah, there needed to be just kind of a global improvement, quote unquote. Even though everybody's scores were pretty okay. Who would get eliminated here? I mean, Gumball Machine was mean, so maybe Belate was worse. Like, Gumball Machine was pressured to be mean, but Broomer did also call them out on being weird. That's a debate. Then Diary was also... There's an interesting debate for both Latte, Gumball Machine, and Diary, but since Gumball Machine... I'm going to go with the predictable one. I'm going to say since Gumball Machine literally said mean things directly, that they'll get out. Let's see if that's true. Let's see. Let's find out. And by the way, okay, I know that I'm going overtime on this one. However, I just want to chat a little bit. Those credits. What the fuck's going on with the credits? Because for the last 3 episodes... No, for pretty much every episode, there wasn't a credit sequence, which I was really confused about, because I was like, what the fuck are the credits, right? The credits were just cut, which makes me wonder, were they cut in post? Because it's like, what would have possibly happened to keep these things cut out in post? It's something that we have seen some older shows do, like, we saw, a change in the object lockdown names because in the lockdown credits being mostly deleted being deleted from those videos because of the name change that happened to Chelsea. However, like in general, like this, I don't know what it would have been for the last batch of episodes, because I mean, WebzForevz's name is still WebzForevz. It didn't change. So it must have been, again, my immediate presence was somebody problematic, that somebody asked for it to leave or something, but it's like, again, it's one of those things. I'm sorry, okay, to be 100% honest, I'm still a full disagreeer. Like, if somebody worked on a thing, they should be credited on the thing. If we're out here removing credit sequences after the fact because somebody was problematic and we don't associate with them anymore, okay, cool, but anymore. You don't go out here changing the past. But, or maybe there just wasn't credits in the other episode. In that case, why were we just not crediting the animators that you now have and the voice actors that you now have? Like, what are... I don't know. I'm not too confident about this. That's kind of weird. I'm still absolutely disagree. I think that if somebody should be in the credits because they did work on the film, like, that's just an objective fact. It's kind of like when I did the Dark Zone. I was like, oh, I don't support it. Yeah, but I still have to say they made it. I have to correctly credit it. And shows should do this even if they don't associate with the creator. Absolutely, my opinion. Okay. Alright, we're way over time, so let's go over to episode 6, hopefully, which is titled Stack 'em and Crack 'em. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 6 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. So, we start off this episode with the team trying to figure out, who should be the next team leader now that Feather is, gone, out, and Diary tries to take over charge, but there are people, nah, it should be Barry, until eventually we end up having Diary, protest against them or whatever, and cut off the rope that they were climbing for some reason, and they end up doing that whole shebang. So, one of the things that, by the way, I just wanted to mention, I actually forgot to mention last episode, is that because it's a thing that gets like thought about, that I actually think about for quite a lot of shows. It's like, for example, okay, imagine, right, there's somebody who's very clearly leading somebody else. So, for example, Broomer being like, Feather telling them, the only way to win is to be solo and to play strong and to be powerful. Okay, yes, sure, let's go with that. However, for some reason, even after Feather gets eliminated immediately, you still follow the plan as if it's fact. And it's like, hold on a minute. If this really was a supreme epic omega plan that, like, you have to do to win, then why is it that the person who told you the plan got eliminated immediately and you still believe? I don't know, it's never happened. Every single time they keep believing after, and it's like, bro, no, you can make ally now because you could clearly tell that that idea didn't work. But whatever. Anyways, we turned out that the fanfiction can predict the future because they predicted an interaction. So they write, as part of their fanfiction, that they win the next challenge. So we'll see how that goes. And then we end up having, by the way, Shark Berry read the next. Read the fanfiction and realize that one of the tags is a miscellaneous cartoon, and they discover that they discover WebzForevz DeviantArt where it shows the update on how the cartoon is being done. So then they're like, wait a minute, we're a cartoon, and then they proceed to have an existential crisis, which is not great, I must admit. It's it's another one of those interesting gags because it's kind of like, it's in a little bit of a like awkward spot because like it has to deal with like this situation where it's like, hold on, the show's already so unbelievably meta that like actually it's weird to think about the fact that they're a cartoon and not being a surprise, right, sometimes. However, if you actually think about it, no, it does make sense for that to be a surprise. Because, like, okay, yeah, however, it's one of those situations where it's like, they make meta jokes about object shows, but they're in an object show. It's kind of like if you make a joke about reality TV on reality TV, like, yes, you can do that at the end of the day, right? So, yes, they are still technically within universe jokes, because we know that other object shows exist, right? We know, fanfiction exists, and other media exists, and all they exist within their world. So the concept of the outer world, of like us directly, right, is different because, okay, yeah, the only time that we ever get to properly see that is viewers, right? Because of course the viewers are from this world, and we get to interact with their world. However, as far as they know, and as far as their universe is concerned, viewers directly vote. Are people, right? They're people from the town. They're people from the universe, right? As far as majority of lore for shows go, right? Even though, honestly, in my opinion, not enough shows have tackled this idea. Of like, what are the viewers voting in their own universe? Like, how does that work, right? I still believe that will be an interesting angle that I haven't seen too many other shows take before, and I absolutely recommend it. But we're doing the elimination where Gumball Machine gets eliminated. Yep, indeed. That makes sense. They said the mean stuff, so that means that they were thinking it. So that makes sense. We end up having Feather talk with Kemba. Who the fuck are you? Hold on. Kimberly, Kimberly, no, Kimberly ends up randomly appearing down there, and ends up being like, yo, didn't I rig the votes to be safe? Because, of course, that was a thing, that was a gag in the episode. It still suffers, I will admit that this show a little bit does still suffer from the classic situation of, I said a thing and I forgot about it. Just completely. Right, like that is indeed a thing that this show, even here, still suffers from in its writing. Like, I would say that its writing in general, it's okay. Has the writing gone better? I mean, okay, it's gone better, right, than Excellent Entities. It's gone better, but it still has an immense amount of ups and downs, and it does still suffer from the issue of like it doesn't keep itself enough. It doesn't keep enough things in its mind. It really doesn't, right? Like, for example, with a couple episodes ago, remember how Headset and Double R secretly hated each other, right? Remember, that was like a thing that they were going to use against them. What was going on with that? I don't know. I don't know. We forgot about it. Will it ever get mentioned up again? I doubt it. To be 100% clear with you, there's probably no way, right? Because we just kind of forgot about it. So well, like a thing that the show kind of has to deal with and doesn't deal with 100% properly. The intro still remains at an episode 5 version, which is interesting. But we end up going over with the challenge event is a tower defense. However, you have to do the tower building part as well. So you have to build the tower and then defense it, and then at the same time attack it, right? So you have a while to start building your tower. We end up starting over with Tubalard, and apparently they printed a diploma. We end up having a skit of them go over to a store and try to buy something with something they printed off the internet. Of course, I love the guy. I love the subtle guy that doesn't get immediately mentioned, but like it's the fact that it's you brought a fake credit card to the credit card. Like, bro, yes, that's fun. You see, I like those gags. But yeah, they end up eventually not liking it, and then and I also do like the explanation that it's like, because I don't think ever. When I do think, it has to be played as a flashback because it has to be important, right? If Tubalard thinks something ever, okay, that's okay, all right, that reasoning, good reasoning. And then Tubalard's machine blueprint that they end up making is just themselves. So the other fellas are like, okay, how do we do this? But then they're like, all right, they're going to just build the tower. And the tower, I guess, is going to be, I don't know, gigantic Tubalard. So, yeah, they end up doing that. And in the meantime, Shark Berry is going to be, is currently, having a massive existential crisis, trying to figure out, why can't I turn? And then they try to figure out, how they can only turn in very dimensions because there's a 2D, and they try to mess with the scenery, which they can do. But to be fair, right, like the zoom in and like that stuff should just be a part of the reality show, right? Because remember, there's cameras rolling and everything, right? Because like that's what they're doing. So that part is a little bit weird. However, the other part, I understand. I'm a bit worried because I don't know how they're gonna get this guy out of this situation. Like I feel like they're just gonna fail at doing that, which would be unfortunate because it'd be cool if it wasn't like that. But either way, we end up having, they end up making a pink tower, yes. They end up trying to build a montage because it doesn't work in real life. Yes, okay. That makes sense. Sharky tries it, then we end up trying to clock it, and then the bases get made. Massive time skip, by the way. Yeah, and then they end up having to use weapons, any weapons that they have, and attack other fellas with the weapons. So, yeah, Diary ended using a bow and arrow to be just like Katniss Evergreen for Rio from the Hunger Games. They ended up shooting a bow and arrow and ended up murdering Tubalard. However, they're still alive always. Latte doesn't do anything for their team. They're just writing a fanfic. Of course they are. So that means that Clay and Spike end up doing that. You see, I like this joke. You see, this set of jokes that get made with the, we have to throw a weapon, there's a rock. No, we have to throw a bigger weapon, and then they throw a bigger rock. Right? Like, see, this is the type of joke that is just a joke, right? In the sense where it's like, there's no meta commentary, there's no requirement to understand other object shows, there's not anything, there's not even much understanding of the show needed. It's just a joke that happens with the characters, right? That is what I think was being criticized a couple episodes ago a little bit, right? As well, because it's like, even though the show, the show relied itself a lot on reference humor, originally at the let me try to base this off a framework, okay? Early Excellent Entities set itself on a mostly a created joke space. They weren't great because it was the start, right? And some of them are like, go poop on the elimination area. The later half of Excellent Entities was very reference, right? We tried to make reference jokes, wrecking balls, how could this happen to me, right? All these jokes about media and things that were relevant at the time. Okay, yeah. Justin Bieber, right? That kept appearing, right? All that stuff. And then in the earliest, we went to meta comedy, right, where the joke is directly on how the show does things, right? How the object show does eliminations, how the object show does challenges, how the object show does character development, how the object show does this and that, how characters directly mention that they're unlikable, like that they're directly proper within their own minds, okay? That's what early entities is again. So now I feel like the show might be trying, and like that's currently where it was. So now with that, I think it loses that little bit where it just creates its own jokes a little bit, right? And I think that with that, it absolutely could start making those again. And I think that a joke like that, it goes appreciated. It goes appreciated because there's not much depth to the joke. It's the joke, right? So I end up having some solid stuff. Anyways, what do we have? Oh yeah, they felt like keep having an existential crisis, and doing the whole thing. Then the grade is super big, and the dialogue Godzilla. They had the headphones. They scream, but they don't explode because Marty just ends up getting it out. Then Clay eats the bomb, which they can do because they can apparently grow massive size. Why don't you use that power more? I don't know. They only do it in times of need. Yeah, this is trying to. This is also. It's a little bit of a writing saving maneuver of that line, right? Because it's like, yo, Clay can do anything. Remember, Clay can shapeshift into people. Did you forget that? Because they did that, and that's like super massive deal of a thing. But it's just no. I don't like to use my thing. Sorry, for time of need. And so that way we can get away with forgetting about it because no, it wasn't a time of need. It was a time of need. Like I see, I'm getting on to you, show. I'm getting on to you. You're not as clever as you think you are. But either way, we end up having them try to be like, oh, yo, we're in a cartoon, but the other fellas don't understand it. Then they'll be like, yo, let's harpoon the other team, and that doesn't even work. Then they end up updating their fanfic right at the very end. Latte throw a stick. The stick somehow gets Smarty off, and then we end up having Chalky try to throw a pickaxe, and it hits Tubalard. And then it turns out that Nelly manages to do one guitar riff with super loud, and it manages to destroy the sound waves with the other tower. That is way too smart and way too smart of an idea for any character in the show to do. Gonna be 100% for real, but at least I understand if it's Nelly doing it, because Nelly does have the radio show and is a singer. I mean, they're not a singer, but like they're they at least deal with music. So okay, fair enough. That means that the team did indeed win the challenge with the fanfiction. So you know what? Fair enough. It might work. Latte gets to live another day. I don't think Latte survives the next elimination. So Latte's counting their days. But so we have Berry Diary Broomer. Then on the other team we have Tubalard, Smarty, Headset, Moonstone, and Chalky. Ooh, okay. This is an interesting debate. Diary was mean at the beginning. Then they kind of sort themselves out with Broomer. Then we have Moonstone that was kind of mean to Tubalard, however, for a valid reason. And then we have the complete challenge Neglect from Bearberry. However, you can consider them you can not necessarily feel guilty, but you can feel sorry for them, right? Because they just found out about this epic fact. So there's an interesting debate. But Diary, especially considering they were mean a bit already, they were mean here at the start of the episode. I don't think I'm correct. Couldn't be honest. I don't think I'm right, but I have to predict Diary. I'm gonna lie. No, I have to tell you Diary. We will see. We have the credits. The credits seem to just be here now. They've been there for the last 3 episodes. Oh yeah, sure. The credits seem to be there. I don't know what happened to the credits in the first batch of episodes. I don't know who fucked them up, but they should get brought back now. Maybe this point's too late. But we have people. I like how there's credits to people who didn't do anything. That's what they're in the section didn't do anything. Also, this last scene is way too well lit. This is not. I can't believe we invented that good lighting. And then we end up making the guy, yo, remember, I'm blind actually. And it's like, oh yeah, remember how Tubalard was blind? That was a thing that was mentioned one time. Yeah, this show. This show suffers a lot from writing things for gags and then forgetting that that's important later. Like, it does still do that. I'm curious how much that's gonna improve heading into nowadays, right? Because I mean, like, writing things only for them to realize they're important later. I mean, that is something that every audio show has probably struggled with at some point. Like, even BFDI suffers from these because, like, for example, like nowadays, Epo 20 ends up having some massive retcons from early BFB because early BFB just said bullshit for the sake of saying it, right? And it ended up being kind of a problem. But anyway, that is episode 6. Time for episode 7, which is titled Chow Down. What? Okay, let's go. Okay, so that is episode 7 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. And what the fuck did I just watch? What was that? Oh my gosh. Okay, so in Excellent Entities, alright, we had the episode that was a singing challenge. Alright, it was a singing challenge. And it was, alright, but it definitely, it gave off vibes of, oh, yo, we felt like singing today. So we just wrote a script that's like exceedingly sing heavy. So that way we just get to sing shit. Right? Like, that was that. And this feels like exactly the same thing, right? Like, it's just like, we're like, oh, yo, I feel like singing, so I'm gonna make a script where there's like 3 songs in it, and the characters are just singing constantly for no reason. And that's what they end up doing. However, the thing that happens is that, at least in the other Excellent Entities, it was still definitely a present entity. It was a present thing in the episode. However, despite it being a present thing in the episode, it wasn't like overbearing, because there wasn't that much of it, because we didn't quite have the lyric writing capabilities, the script writing capabilities, or the singing capability to really do it for a extended period of time. Problem is, here we now do. We've improved to actually being capable enough to format a set of lyrics, to be capable enough to format a set of singing, right? However, that makes the issue, holy, this is so much singing. Like, oh my god, it is actually tremendous. But like, it spends probably, like, I don't even know, at least like 5 minutes of the episode on this one rhyme scheme. Da 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 da, right? Because the characters just talk about how their challenge is going with that, right? And then in the background, there's not an interesting instrumental. It's just this one note, dun, dun, dun. Like, it's really not it. And then in the middle, you have a couple of songs that are a bit more thought out, like the Broomer Boys track at the beginning, and then the track by the Shark Berry, which, by the way, I did a check in the description because it had an very interesting animation style in the middle that I got called out in the comments immediately. And yeah, it's apparently Hey 2 style since it's created by now, which is fun. But like, we have... It is something, man. It is something. So we have the first characters that they go in, they're chilling in Chalky's house, which they managed to get to. By the way, they have houses. We do know that now. Like, I mean, again, it's always hard to know where these characters live when we're in freaking grass. Like, it's always a little bit difficult, but yes, they do have houses. Yes, go. And now we have ourselves, after the Broomer Boys album, we end up having the teddy bear do the elimination, because for some reason Chocolate Bar said that everybody was eliminated because they're gay. That was why. What? Okay, cool, interesting, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it turns out that the eliminated contestant was Diary. Yes, Diary got eliminated, which I think I predicted, right? So that's cool. That's cool that I got that correct. Diary is gone. I still wonder if that whole thing with the actor about the lock being the same size and color as the eyes, making the blend and making it look weird, is an actual thing that other people agree with, or if that's just entirely a me thing. I don't know. But we'll be moving into the challenge, which is a Chao growing Chao raising, Chao garden. You know, Chao garden, you're supposed to raise a Chao and do the best that you can with it. So this is a relatively interesting challenge because it is something that gets tried from time to time, like raise a pet as a challenge, right? Make them strong, so that way we end up having, if I'm not mistaken, like what was I gonna say? we end up having this challenge be a thing that gets used, right? So that way, at the end of it, they end up doing a race, and then whoever's faster ends up doing it, right? Ends up winning. So that's why you're supposed to raise it well. And this is the type of challenge that it has been attempted before. We've seen a couple of shows do this. Of course, I mean they do it after this because this is like a million years old. But we've seen examples of how this gets made, right? The best mainstream example is definitely the latest episode of BPOR. Because of course you're supposed to raise the publis in that episode to pristine quality. There's also a BF4 episode that we know about where you were supposed to raise like a bed character to fight in a 1v1 with the other team. However, like in general, this is an interesting debate of that. And I don't think it's performed exquisitely because it's kind of taking like the gags that you can do with it and just doing that, like there's some especially with the song and dance, I believe definitely does make it worse, in my opinion. Like it's unique, but it makes it worse because they can't exactly do the same gags as you could, because you have to deal with it in the rhyme scheme, and like especially considering the rhyme scheme gets so repetitive, that means that every joke in the episode about the Chaos ends up having to get made at with the same speed. At the same rhythm. So like even if it's like 3 different jokes about Chao, oh, this team hurt their Chao and decapitated it, and the other one dunked them in the lake, and the other one threw it off a cliff, right? Like those could at least be 3 separate gags with 3 separate set of timings to them, with 3 separate set of reasons and like contexts to them. However, when you pair them up in this challenge, you kind of end up just doing a bit more of a just general like it's kind of all around feels the same. It feels like one big 6-minute joke, right? Basically. So I'm not a massive fan, but you know what? Like even though I definitely have been a bit critical in these episodes that I've looked at today, I will still say that me being critical absolutely is never a problem, actually, because like It gets me to think, especially these older episodes. They get me to think, they get me to analyze, and even if I don't believe that it succeeds 100% of what it's trying to do, the fact that, I'm engaging with the show, trying to see if I agree, if I criticize, right, like the fact that I have to think about it is still absolutely a positive, detail about it. So I don't necessarily, like, whenever I make these criticisms like, oh, I don't think the challenge was great, that doesn't mean that I didn't enjoy watching it. Like, I enjoy watching it for the purpose of analysis. However, I don't think it was the best possible way they could have done it. Like both can be true. We had a renovated intro, by the way, with the characters yet again goofing about doing various different things. I mean, like, that is the intro getting renovated. I mean, it got renovated in episode 5, right? And here it gets renovated in episode 7 again. So it's theoretically getting renovated every like 2 episodes right now, which is a very fast rate of production. I don't know if that's the best thing to spend your time on, making an intro every 2 episodes, but like it's interesting. But yeah, in general, yes, there's such a long song and dance. I will say that but for real, the actual track here by this fella ends up being a little bit of of the Sharkberry. It ends up being pretty solid. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, of course, he uses that one beat, but like it ended up being a pretty decent rhyme scheme. And yeah, overall, the show also does deal a little bit with the issue that like sometimes it tries to shovel something important under the radar, right? When it tries to move on, right? Because, for example, in the last episode, it made a big deal about how the fan fiction can predict the future, right? However, here we try to undermine that, right? Because it's like, all right, we did that already. I'm not letting you write that because it's not gonna work. However, like, I mean, I'm sorry, this, for as long as this remains true, how would this not be a tremendously important plot device, right? Like at the end of the day, this has to be a thing, right? Same thing goes with kind of like the Sharkberry, and I'm glad that at least Sharkberry remains in a like crisis in this episode, because like we never put Strawberry out of a crisis. Like, if Strawberry randomly stopped being sad, like, it'd be like, what happened? Like, you know, how did you learn how the world is? It, you know, like, nothing would have changed. So at least here they're still going a bit cuckoo crazy, which is nice. And I'm hoping that when they start going cuckoo crazy, there's like a reason, and it's not just like, no, you did that for 3 episodes already, and we need character development, you know, like how they did early. And you see how he's like mildly switching it up. Like, yeah, this episode is probably the episode with the least amount of meta humor, because I was like, I mean, there's also just one of the spontaneous episodes in general of the show. However, like, it did have some of the least meta humor, because like it had the meta humor at the start with the host, right, and the producer, but other than that, it was relatively all right. Problem design, broke the neck. Yeah, so we end up having, the challenges get brutally murdered. This is like, you know, that 25 ways to kill a Yoshi. That's 25 million ways to kill a Chao. Can we rename that to this episode? But yeah, no, they do. They actually do so many murders. And Chocolate Bar, by the way, is for some reason hosting again. I thought wasn't Teddy Bear supposed to host today? Wasn't that the idea? Or did you already got your job back? Okay, cool. But yeah, everybody ends up being up for elimination, which is fun, because that means that the child didn't even matter. But to be fair, I know none of them did anything decent at all. They all did the same degree of failure. To be fair, they were all singing the same degree of song. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, these scenes are horrifically imbalanced. 5, 3, and 2. Eliminated in this episode, man, how the fuck do I know? How am I meant to know based on this performance? Moonstone, right? Moonstone? Moonstone. Because Moonstone already was kind of a little bit iffy on it, with the whole saga of them stalking, but now that they beat up a headphone like that, I believe that they gotta go, because Latte because while I said that next Elam the Latte was in did get out, which it's still possible. I do believe that they undermined Latte so much in this episode that I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and say that Moonstone gets out for being the quote-unquote rude one. And so far, the quote-unquote rude one has gotten eliminated in nearly every occasion. So, yeah, so far, being mean has truly been a detriment. This show does not hold back to eliminating mean people. Alright, episode 8, which I won't watch today, but it is titled Video Game... What the fuck is it called? Video Game Vexation. Yo, that was not the word I was expecting to read today. Okay, Vexation. Here we go. See you with future me. Okay, so that is episode 8 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. It is the next day, you can probably tell because my voice. I don't know if you noticed, but it always has like this different tone to it. A, in the morning, B, like just kind of loudness level from night to day, right? All that stuff. But anyways, we start off here with, for a couple of scenes, the Broomer Boys making new songs, Broomer Boy being dumb as hell, Smarty being kind of smart now, because we decided, okay, basically we were like, yo, Smarty is the dumbest person in the world, and then they did the thing with Gumball Machine, where they were like, actually smart to play dumb, for Gumball Machine, and then now the problem is that mode never switched off, so like we just end up having Smarty be smart now, and it's like, wait, what? It's a complete random character 180, but like, alright, we end up having I haven't checked when these episodes have been releasing. This episode is November 2016, so you see, like, by here, episodes have already been taking a significantly longer amount of time. Like they've already started to, get on hiatuses and all that jazz. So we gotta, keep that in mind. But yeah, we end up having the elimination happen after the freaking Broomer Boy song, where the eliminated contestant ends up being headphones. To be honest, I kind of already don't remember what happened in the last episode. Oh yeah, it was the Chao episode. I predicted Moonstone to get out, but it actually was the other way around, because I predicted, Headphone fucked up the song, so then I predicted Moonstone to get out because Moonstone was mean to Headphone for fucking up the song. But it turns out that people just voted out Headphones for having fucked up the song. Okay, I mean, I guess fair enough, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty reasonable to not be able to follow the rhythm perfectly all the time, right? But never mind. Now the viewers are ruthless. They're not playing around, man. So fair enough. And then we end up having Micro join for an episode. Not really Micro. It's like who is this? This is like a fella. This is like Jar Jar Binks or something. It's somebody from Star Wars, or but like they end up joining temporarily because Moonstone is gone. Where did Moonstone go? I don't know. Do I know? Am I supposed to know? I feel like I'm supposed to know. I just don't remember. I'm gonna be 100% honest here. Like it was yesterday night. It was not an episode I was particularly fond of. That episode 7. So it was like a 5-minute song and dance that just got so unbelievably monotonous that it was like legendary. No, really. Let me. Did you go anywhere? I swear. Where did you go? What? You literally have the last scene of the episode about hydrofluoric acid. What? I don't know. Moonstone, you just dipped. Alright then, fair enough. I mean, I dipped too. So we end up having the challenge then get set up. So the challenge is to turn the world into a video game. You turn the world into a video game. You have to collect points, defeat enemies and stuff. You have to say out your button presses to do the moves and all that jazz. Okay, cool. By the way, the intro is in its episode 7 variant, so I'm interested. Will it switch every 2 episodes? So it should be, because it switched to episode 5 and then switched to episode 7. So will it switch to episode 9? I'm curious to find out. But we're gonna need to see. So, this challenge is okay. It suffers a little bit from the simple problem that this show has kind of always been admitting, and that is that it's not really focused on much of anything at all. Like, the thing about it is that it just does challenges. And then they're not really that engaging challenges because they don't focus on it in any type of degree that makes sense, right? Like in the last challenge, it was like, oh, raise your Chao. Okay, but like then it doesn't matter because they just give you 1 million Chao. So the Gagans is being, oh, how many ways did they murder the Chao, right? Like it's not a challenge that's actually that engaging to watch because they've not really done much of it. As far as this gaming challenge, I mean, like, I don't mind the idea of them being in a video game, right? Like, that's okay, and that's fun, and that's a relatively unique challenge. But the thing about it is that it doesn't treat it that much like a challenge. It treats it as a medium to do jokes, right? Because first of all, like, there's no degree of progress that we can see. Right, same thing goes for the Chao challenge, right? For example, like there is no degree of progress that we are capable of seeing, right? Because everybody got dunked in a different random area with different random enemies, right? And I mean, I'm sure they can do whatever to get to the end. However, like, and maybe they'll meet the same boss, but like in general, the problem lies there, where like it's just not a good time. Because I'm not able to follow along, I'm not able to see what team is doing well, right? So it just treats the challenge as like a medium where they can do jokes. However, then it makes like the actual progression just so tough. It's so like useless feeling, because like it'll just like, oh, there's an enemy, well, okay, they got rid of it. Oh, there's another one. Oh, okay, I guess we'll get rid of it. Like it's not too engaging, and it's like, I understand that this show is unserious at its core, right? So it's like, oh, does it need to do a challenge? I mean, yes, I think. Oh, the object show should do a challenge properly. I feel like it should do that, Like, the capability of doing a challenge properly doesn't necessarily imply that you cannot have fun with it, right? Like, you can do a challenge where, like, the teams do shit ton of gags, however, still have progression, right? Like how, for example, all it takes is a little bit of UI, You know, all it takes, like, imagine if we got a map like in Zelda or whatever, and we got to see how many rooms they are from the middle, right? It's like a roguelike or whatever, right? And the middle is like that final boss. You see, even just something like that, it gets you to still see the progress. So that way, yes, they're getting through it with gags and stuff, but at least there's progression to the challenge. Because I don't like it when there's no progression to the challenge, because, yeah, it just starts to feel like it's 10 minutes of gags, right? Yet again, it doesn't do it just forgets details from time to time, right? Like, remember how there's chocolate points that exist there? They're in the background for like 2 minutes, then they disappear, and then it's there's nothing. They literally do not matter. They're entirely there to make it look like a video game and not anything else. You know, it's none of that stuff. And then certain plot points he just forgets about completely. Like, how are you gonna do a meta gag that Shark Berry ends up having swapping out the asset for the animation? Like, oh, I know how to fix it, I'm gonna go to the animation software, right? And it's like, hold on, how are you gonna do this with the fella that just had an existential crisis for finding out that they're not real, right? Because, like, just because they found out that they're not real doesn't mean that they get to now go to the real world. You know? And it's like, this meta gag is completely fine nearly all of the time, but you're doing it with that guy. You know, with the guy who like, you know, has been very specifically trying to figure all of this out, but then for the gag, oh, he suddenly figured it out, right? And then, by the way, I literally told you. I know I said this yesterday, that I'd be very surprised if this fella remained depressed for another episode. Yeah, in fact, he's perfectly fine now. For no reason. He's just fine. Like, he just was like, oh, I'm good now. You know, and it's like, bro, God, you gotta do character arcs. Man, yeah, no, we don't know how to do character arcs around here. It is rather unfortunate. But, it is Joke City, but it is not too much else. Yeah, I mean, the characters do various degrees of action. You know, they throw each other, they do their moves, A's and B's and that stuff, right? One move is a pencil and then the pie. They're doing their thing. Latte ends up yet again writing fanfic. That ends up immediately predicting the future. This is still a hilariously important detail. And remember the whole shape-shifting thing with the clay that I say, oh, I only use it in times of need, yet they use it like 5 times here. I mean, but I do think that's part of their move, so, like, you know, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. But yeah, still believe that the shape-shifting is an interesting move that I don't know where it went. A lot of times they're calling the police and they're doing that. Smarty jumps into somebody's mouth, yes, then I like how, again, micro isn't even relevant. Like, it's so funny, the things that this show does. Like, it really just does things for no reason. You know? It just does things for no reason at all. Like, if you really pay attention to it, like if you try to ask yourself, why did this show do this? It doesn't, like, it will never have an answer. It really won't. Like, it'll always just be like, yo, it was funny, right? Because, like, having Moonstone get swapped out for Micro in this episode, and the weird Micro fella, doesn't matter. Micro has literally 2 lines in this episode and doesn't actually change the course of anything. It's only there to make the gag of, oh, haha, it's a character that doesn't speak English, but everybody understands them. Like, that's the only gag they make with this Micro. And it's like, wait, did you really need to do all that for this one joke? Right, like, it feels like the type of thing that would get rewritten out of it nowadays. But, like, it's really interesting. What this show decides to do and doesn't decide to do. But anyways, eventually, to the final boss, the fellas arrive, and they end up reaching the Obsidian Man. I know, right? The Obsidian guy who really doesn't want to get friend-zoned for some reason. They want love, you know, and they want love and friendship and love. All right, so they're super mad, and they can actually take down everybody. If they're upset, you know, because they're a big-ass obsidian guy. That's actually animated pretty well. But yes, you end up having the ultimate solution that we end up getting Tubelard's Pringle Mingle account to match with Obsidian, and they get so excited about that they explode on the spot, and then they win. Good job. did it. We got it done. So we end up having the other two teams, for elimination. So that is Bearberry, Broomer, Neely, Latte, and Clay. It's Latte's time to go. I think it's Latte's time to go. I don't think that the other fellas did too bad. So I'm going to say that it's Latte's time to go. I think Latte has kind of done her course, right? Like, she's got a lore element that is too powerful to realistically be funny 4 months long, right? Because it's kind of one of those things where say, if Latte is generally capable of having a fanfic that predicts the future, which so far has not been disproven, by the way, it's that type of lore element that's so OP that you wouldn't ever not use it, and then it's kind of like, okay, well, then it just gets overused, right? So it ends up being kind of a thing. So unless that eventually got nerfed, it's like kind of just makes the character one note, because why would you ever use another note, right? It's kind of like characters in like a fighting game that just have one move that's way better than the other ones. It's kind of like in Mario 64 DS. Have you ever tried using the Luigi backflip? Yeah, I mean, it's way better than every other move combined, right? Like it's just kind of complicated. All right. Final episode 8, video game Vexation. Don't know what a Vexation is, to be 100% honest, but that sure probably was it. Episode 9 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, the Planetary Prospect. Okay, here we go. Alright, that is episode 9 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. I like how the show just keeps doing a tease. It keeps going like, yo, look at this post-credit scene with incredible lighting, look at this, oh, no, you can't have it, though, no, you can't have it, only this scene, but look at how cool it would be, no, like, bro, but anyways, we have here an episode, it is now 2017, no, these episodes are taking ages now, I mean, what would be the production time? That was like half a year, it ends up taking a while, so, we end up having, the Lord end up trolling Smarty for a little bit. Smarty be like, you're gonna get voted off because nobody can stand you anymore. Because yeah, so like here's the deal. Alright, hear me out. I was thinking, and I was like, okay, now that I'm thinking about this, alright, Smarty is kind of doing a taco. Like, I get it. Right, like Smarty is doing a taco season 1 thing, right? Whereas like, it goes from super dumb, like mega dumb, okay, for the sake of it, and then eventually locks in part way through the competition and kind of gets shit done, right? Get stuff on the board, suddenly becomes super smart. However, the thing about it is that it happened too early, right? Like, Smarty swapped like 4 episodes in, like it was kind of too early. We didn't get to see enough of dumb Smarty to really be able to make the switch up make a lot of sense, especially because the switch up kind of half happened. Like it wasn't direct. Like, there wasn't ever a reveal that it happened. It just kind of happened, So I don't know if this is quite succeeded in the way that we'd enjoy, but like I do again like the concept of Smarty being smart though. Right, like I don't know if it makes a lot of sense considering they were a stupid character. However, now it's solid because it adds that additional layer of seriousness to a character. A character with a bit of normality to foster their ideas. Same thing goes, for example, for a character like Moonstone. Have you noticed Moonstone has suddenly has been acting a lot less dumb in the past 2 episodes? Right, they've acted a lot more neutral because you need a bunch of neutral forces. And in the early season, I was pointing out how the cast was like super unbelievably dumb all of the time. Yes, it was. However, you'll notice we needed to take a couple of these characters and be like, okay, we're gonna make you a little bit more chill, so that way we can balance out the cast. And that is indeed what ends up happening, which I think I think that's solid. We end up having Sharp Bearberry somehow find the computer, and they can do anything with the computer, but they don't know how to do anything with the computer, so they end up just bailing anyways. And then we ended up doing the elimination after another song. The Broomer Boys, yeah. I don't. I'm sorry. We're having too much fun with these. Okay, I'm telling you, the episode probably takes a month to make and 4 months to make the next Broomer Boy song. Like, let's be come on, bro. But yeah, they're just hanging out. The intro actually remains the same as the episode 7 version. So no, the intros just swap out whenever they feel like it. There's not a lot of logic to it. I'm gonna be absolutely for real here. But yeah, so we end up having the elimination being in space now. We haven't actually had the elimination area be used in like 4 episodes. But yeah, the eliminated contestant ends up being Shark Bearberry with a bit more votes, 20 more votes than Latte. I'm surprised, to be honest, because Shark Bearberry or SBB didn't really do that much in the last episode. But I guess it's kind of the problem. They know too much, but they're not taking advantage of it, but they're being kind of weird. But then they didn't do much in the challenge, and they could do stuff in the challenge, right? So it's kind of okay. I get it. They get eliminated and then end up dipping away. As it goes, characters, not taking advantage of their powers to any type of reasonable degree. It's kind of a thing. So Broomer ends up joining Latte's team because they're the only character left on their team, which means that there's only 2 teams remaining. So the next challenge: build civilization. You get to choose a planet. Otherwise, you get to do pretty much what you can. So the first team picks the rocky planet, and the second team picks the metal planet, based on Naley. So, what did they end up doing? The rocky planet ends up being, we can carve out the mountains to make a house, which is a good idea, to be honest, because, it's about, if you don't have that many supplies, use the supplies that are there, and just carve a building into it. That's smart. And in the meantime, the metal planet goes, okay, we have metal, so we can build a robot that instead makes the houses for us. Okay? I mean, obviously, let's ignore the obvious problems of how the fuck do you do that, and go into the idea of, like, is that a good idea? Yes, if it was possible, absolutely, that would be a good idea. And you see, Broomer is another one of those characters who acts dumb, but does still have a reasonable amount of logic within them, and then kind of, like, sorting out the cast a little bit. And that's why I think that Broomer gets liked a lot, to be honest. I think that Broomer solidifies this cast a lot more as kind of goofy guy, but still kind of because if you think about it, it's the most versatile character, because like Broomer is both. If you want Broomer, like if the episode is pretty for real, right, and you need some more humor into it, you can make Broomer do dumb shit and it's fair. However, if the episode is goofy and you want to normalize it a little bit, you can bring Broomer back down to earth. And both of those are relatively correct Broomer associations, right? Which means that you have a pretty damn versatile character here, where like they can act out in both methods and really just kind of pull and really is that type of character where you can write it to the benefit of the episode and it'll work, right? So that's why I think that Broomer ends up working out really well. By the way, I don't know about you, but Moonstone sounds different in this episode. I don't think the VA changed because there's like only 2 VAs. So like I don't really know, but like I think Moonstone VA change. It's like louder. The voice shit is like louder because Moonstone used to talk in this kind of half whisper, it like kind of candly voice, kind of like I don't really know how to make it off the top of my head, but like now Moonstone has gotten much more like a bit more loud. They've started to use a bit more of their proper voice, which makes Moonstone it's kind of like that. So that's interesting. But yeah, they end up doing their whole shenanigans. Lord end up just absolutely kind of the thing of the team. Lord apparently wasn't doing anything. And then was like, somebody should sculpt. So then they find a pickaxe, and they just happen to sculpt everything perfectly, because, okay. they lock in, because apparently all of their energy that they gained from not doing anything summed up at one moment. So that's pretty cool. Good job, Double Lord. Then we end up having yet again Latte go like, what do you think I'm gonna do, work? But yeah, Naily ends up stalling them out as Broomer builds the robot, and the robot gets built, and it is 100% functional, which is nice, and it builds off the entire society, and yeah, I mean in general, it does everything Gucci, which is nice. They end up decorating the house, and then like, so all the chalky paintings are being made by Teddy Bear. That's fun. By Gummy Bear, sorry. So then we end up having the judging. So on the first planet, we have it gets rated a 7 out of 10 for pretty good idea, pretty good interior design, not perfectly polished, but to be fair, yeah, I mean, that would be the critique that you would make if you are dealing with something rocky, mate, right? Like, it's more difficult. It's gonna be less perfect, right? Because you're dealing with a rougher substance and with a rougher situation. Because instead of building something from scratch, you're using a pre-existing thing that's not perfect, right? So yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, hey, your choice of planet, your choice of situation. If it ain't perfect, you know, that's how it works. Which, yes, true, 100% true. So I believe that is a fair and valid rating to give. Then the other team ends up getting like a 9 out of 10 because they take the robot and win with it, which is pretty fair. I like what the reasoning is. Clay and Latte didn't feel like doing anything, so suddenly the team can work now. Yeah, that's correct. Latte de facto leads that team, and Latte's leadership style is don't do anything. So Broomer coming in and actually, even if they did bicker a lot, working with Naily to at least a extent, like just the fact that even if they disagree, even if they don't like each other, having two people on a team that are working is useful, like just in general. So that ends up indeed being pretty solid. So that team turns out pretty decent, and they win the challenge, which makes Latte safe another day. How is Latte still here? Latte just clutches up because there's Latte's always like that second choice. There's always the character that just did a bit worse than Latte, like always a little bit. Latte's always the second worst. But yeah, that means that the other team is up for elimination, which includes Moonstone, Tubbleard, Smarty, and Chalky. For the first time ever, well, okay, maybe not ever, but for one of the first times, we have had a competition where both teams don't do bad. Like, it was the first one where, like, it was honestly a relatively competitive competition. Like, both of them pulled off a solid house, and you could say that they did well. Smarty had a solid foundation of an idea. Tubbleard built it, and the other fellas, I mean, they were held out with the idea, right? And at the end, they made up parts of the situation, like Chalky with the paintings, and Moonstone with the shenanigans. Moonstone didn't get that many votes, which I'm mildly surprised about in the last elimination when I thought Moonstone was going to get more votes. And I feel like Moonstone does okay. So would I really eliminate Chalky out of process of elimination? I mean, I guess I have to, because we said, okay, I mean, at the start of the episode, we said that, Tubbleard is going to get eliminated. Like Smarty said that. However, I don't think they do that. Or would Smarty get eliminated for being mean by saying that? Is that how this is going? Is that what's happening? That could be. Oh, yeah, because they said Tubbleard getting eliminated. It's like, you can't say Tubbleard's getting... Oh, I guess I have to. Yeah, it was at the start of the episode. Okay, I have to update my prediction then. I have to update my prediction, and I have to say that Smarty gets out. But I don't know. Because Chalky didn't do anything. But is that the problem? But it is a problem. But, God. I have to say Smarty. I think. So, yeah, we'll see. Will Smarty actually get eliminated? I don't know. We're going to need to see. Because we have to dive, Olympic diving. We have to do an Olympic dive into episode 10, which is titled, episode 10 is titled, Town of Dismaylem. Dismaylem. Yes, Town of Dismaylem. Let's go. Okay, that is episode 10 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, and whoa, I believe a near full year passes between an episode and another episode. This is March 2018, wasn't it only like May 2017 or something? Like, that's a while. But yeah, you can clearly tell that shit has changed around here. Environments certainly look a bit different. Assets have been reworked for, a lot of characters. Latte, I think, is the most noticeable swap, absolutely, but a lot of characters have had a mild rework. But yeah, it is something for sure. And you know what I want to point out here, actually, before I say much, is that a couple episodes ago I was complaining about the challenges being useless, right? Because remember, I was saying that the challenges were like, yo, we are just using a challenge for the comedic medium, right? But ever since that episode, right, that episode 8. When I said, yo, these last 3 challenges have been so unbelievably pointless, we've actually had 2 back-to-back episodes that are nearly entirely challenge-focused, you know? Both episodes are the teams doing the challenge, and that is the point of the episode, right? That's the direct point of the episode. It does that. There's a couple, there's gags thrown in there, for sure. However, they done that. Like, this is the show sending itself into a new stage, right? This stage that, at the end of the day, Excellent Entity started with, right? Which is the more challenge-focused state. We're just trying to kind of be a show. It does jokes, obviously, but it's just kind of trying to be a show for a little while, right? It has sort of stopped its meta humor a little bit. It has sort of stopped its reference humor a little bit. So it is doing its job, in this new phase. So you'll really notice. It's like every 6 episodes ish, it tends to do that. You know, it tends it likes to swap itself up, this show, you know. It doesn't retain one vibe, which is, at the end of the day, realistically probably a problem, because that loses the show a little bit of identity. Because you can't just say, oh, it's the goofy show that's meta, because yeah, it's the goofy show that's meta for a bit. Right? But then, you can't say it's this, you can't say it's that, because it's everything that it is temporary, right? So, I can't just trust that this show's gonna be a vibe, because they might just change in the next year, right? And again, I'm going to be very curious to see if this follows along into the end of the show, and I'm going to very curious to see how it follows along into 3EE. But either way, we end up having a new Broomer Boy song. You see, here's the deal. It feels weird to have a Broomer Boy song in every episode, because it's like, hold on, isn't it only special if it happens every once in a while? Yes, it starts becoming lame if you're watching it back to back to back to back. But at the end of the day, I have to 100% understand the decision. I mean, it's been a year since episode 9, and it was 6 months from episode 9 to episode 8. That means that there's just a long time between Broomer Boy's songs. Regardless of whether, they're in the next episode or not. So, I mean, I understand 100% why, that's a thing, right? This episode does. So, yeah, I see why. The intro remains in its version, which now is especially outdated as well, because the assets are old. We have a renewed chocolate bar asset, by the way, which looks better, yes. I don't know if I'm a big fan of just how unbelievably bold that font is, but other than that, yeah, it's pretty good. And then we end up having the elimination ceremony being hosted in a random room, and Moonstone got eliminated. Yes, I got it wrong, actually. I got it nearly in the 100% opposite order than I was expecting, which is quite a detail. But yes, Moonstone gets eliminated 377 votes. I psyched myself out on this one because I had a feeling that Moonstone wasn't too liked, right? And I had a couple episodes ago, and Moonstone ended up being the second safe. However, it ends up that Moonstone kind of, I factored in that previous voting too much. It's been so long since that voting at the end of the day, right? And vote counts increased dramatically, right? And everything. So, like, at the end of the day, I say myself too much out there by making myself not predict Moonstone, despite the fact that I probably thought that Moonstone wasn't doing great. So, yeah, it's an unfortunate prediction for me. My bad. They end up dropping into the fan that eventually gets sucked into the black hole or whatever. And then we end up dropping into the merge reveal. Yes, we are indeed officially merged. The environment is so much more like light. It's so much more mint. Like, this grass has minted itself up, bro. So now we head ourselves into the challenge. Okay, so this challenge is Town of Salem. Town of Salem is a mafia game that was around back in the day. I kind of remember it. Not really. I at least, okay, gonna be honest, I never played it. However, I do know of its existence, right? As a game that was popular. Obviously, nowadays, it ends up being a little bit of a haha, oh my god, it's Among Us, right? But like in general, this was like a mafia game that happened around the time. However, as it goes with those kind of mafia-ish games that were around, those like MMO vibe games, right? It's like Town of Salem isn't an MMO, but like you can see how it infers a lot of elements. You'll notice that it's so complex, right? Which gives it so much depth to that community that plays it, but it ends up being kind of difficult to follow along if you are somebody who doesn't know, right? So learning it kind of ends up becoming complicated, right? So that's why, for example, I think that like a game like Among Us, at the end of the day, the mafia game, ended up doing really well because it was super simple at the start, right? Like, you got the imposter and the non-imposter, right? Like, there really wasn't too much to it. It had a couple of mechanics, but like everybody could hang out with it because it was so simple to understand. When instead of like adding this many roles and stuff, you see how kind of it makes the situation more confusing. It's more interesting because there's more parameters and factors to it. However, it's way more tough to get into, right? And Among Us nowadays, it has all those roles and mods and stuff, especially. But like in general, it's just this was like a detail that was a thing. And you'll notice that the challenge explanation is a solid minute. And even then, we, for example, needed a constant UI element entirely for the universe, for the viewers that showed the role of each player, just so that we're capable of remembering which player is which, because otherwise it'd be impossible for us to realistically remember. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So what do I think about doing challenges like this? I think that, it's a very risky maneuver, it's a very risky maneuver to do a challenge like this, because it's like, it's a doozy. It's a doozy to understand. And like, you roughly get it though, because there's not too many scenes, right? Like, there's not too many factors that the show eventually throws onto it. However, I will say that like I wouldn't recommend it doing it, because the thing about it is that like it kind of, in my opinion, loses out on the humor a bit, right? Because it ends up taking in so much of its own time trying to make sense of the form of the game, right? That it kind of, I think, loses itself out space to do jokes, right? Like, it doesn't, like, at the end of the day, I believe that as far as comedic episode, this is probably the least comedic episode of the show. Yeah, it's just like there's nearly like the amount of comedy in this episode. I mean, there's a joke here or there, but like I have to really tell you that there's not too many. Like what the joke? Chalky being dumb, Gobbo Machine being like ignored. Like the jokes are just people being stupid. Like there's just people. Aha, he didn't know. Like there really aren't that many jokes. So I think that like that is the main issue with me with this, is that by having an extremely complicated challenge concept, you end up spending majority of the time sorting out the challenge concept rather than, having a challenge concept and then allowing the challenge concept to weave into a storyline, right? Because like the challenge concept is so complicated that it overbears the storyline, it overbears what it does, right? So you can't really do arcs that much around it because the game itself takes up so much of the forefront dots, right? Which I know it can sound a little bit contradictory when I'm actually like going over and being like a couple episodes ago, like, oh, the challenges are not relevant at all, they're just a medium to do jokes. And here I'm like, oh, but there's no space for jokes. Yeah, it's a Goldilocks zone. You gotta find a balance at the end of the day, right? Like, you can't just say a challenge and then disregard it completely for the sake of doing gags. However, you can't just make a challenge that is so unbelievably overbearing that we are only ever focusing on the challenge and never on anything else. Especially considering the show is directly rooted in comedy at its core and forefront, right? Like, it's both. I will say that one of the things that I think end up pretty good with this episode is that at least it shows off the characters, right? I mean, it's been a couple of years since a bunch of these characters got screen time, and of course it gets to show off new assets for them as well. Which is pretty cool, because a couple of them had some new assets. I think Poison's asset is relatively new. So we end up getting to see them more properly in their habitat. You get to see some more interaction between characters that we kind of forgot about. Having interaction, like for example, Feather and Broomer, right? That we kind of forgot about. We get to see Moonstone with a more proper modern asset, right? Like all that stuff. And then we get to see, Gumball Machine's new asset, like all of these new assets. You get to we get to see them, right? So yeah, all right. What do we end up having? We end up having that overall the Mafia wins. By the way, the Mafia ends up absolutely YOLOing. Feather, like Broomer and Feather, just kind of solo everybody. To be 100% honest, the other fellas really did not do very well. Which I mean, I'd not expect them to. This cast has 3 brain cells. Like, yes, the only and the Mafia is probably the easiest role to realistically win with, especially if you're dealing with dumb people right around you. So like, it really is not. It is also indeed not the strongest cast in the world to play a social deduction game, bro. Like, you're getting the cast of this show to do social deduction. They can hardly deduce what they ate for breakfast. Like, bro. But yes, good job. They end up winning, and then apparently we end up having the previously eliminated contestant will get to vote. So there's no voting in this episode, actually. So episode 11 is gonna have the previously eliminated contestants vote. It's going to be interesting, because especially, since we haven't really had debuts or rejoins, we should, they should still have a reasonable duty of opinion, especially because, like, this challenge did get them to at least meet again, so there's, like, a degree of it. I don't really think that these are going to make a too logical decision, but I don't really know who's even, everybody's up for, so, I don't know, who would get out, like, Double Lord? Do people like Tubalard, like, in the show itself? I don't really know. We're gonna need to find out, I guess. Maybe like Smarty would get out, kind of like a random. No, but it was so touching, this story. No, I don't know. Who would get out? Who was the most disliked person in the cast? Naily? Oh, people don't like Naily. Oh, Naily's gone. Okay, I'm gonna predict that these people vote out Naily or something, but I don't really know. Or was Naily safe? Was Naily part of the Mafia? No, Naily wasn't part of the Mafia. Wait, what was Naily supposed to do? Oh, Naily was like murder. Okay, what? I don't know. It's you'll notice. You see how like half got it. I feel like I did pretty decent. Considering I just watched the video, I didn't pause it to read the rules or anything, right? Because like that's not the experience I'm doing. I watched the video. Like I think I did all right, right? I think I got most of it. Okay, all right. I think it was all right. It was risky, but it was all right. But hey. As I said in Excellent Entities review, I do like how the show not afraid to be itself, so that's fun. Alright, episode 11 is titled Corporate Chaos. Alright, here we go. Business. Okay, that is episode 11 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. So we need a little bit of a roundup here. I feel like this is the episode where we got to do a little bit of a roundup of what the current status is, right? Because, as the 2017 episodes turned into 2018, you saw the tone of the show shift its way in terms of writing, and now then that was shifting. Now we've also started to shift the characters a little bit. So it's time to see who is getting benefited from New Era, who is getting decrement, like what's detriments happening in the New Era. All right, it's like what's going on, right? Because things have changed quite a bit. So we gotta chat about it. So we start off, of course, with the fellas in the black hole, which tend to be similar-ish. I think Diary and Fever are relatively similar to their own strategy. Like with Fever doing the whole like super strategical mind diary kind of just logging stuff. There is the relatively new thing that was added that started from my last episode, where for some reason nobody lets Gumball Machines speak ever. I don't know why. That doesn't feel super correct. I mean, right? Wasn't Gumball Machines supposed to be like what, the parental figure, to a lot of people? I thought that was what it's supposed. I mean, of course they lost them. They lost the children, but like they were. That's what they were doing, right? So, Gumball Machine's entire inability to speak is kind of weird. I mean, I guess they did get eliminated after being mean to everybody, but like, I don't know. It's kind of, I guess maybe that's why they're shunned off, but that's the only reason I could imagine. But yeah, either way, we end up having the Broomer Boys into forming an alliance because they hadn't technically done that yet. They just happened to be they just so happened to be a set of three people that always made songs, but they were never actually an alliance. So now they officially align themselves, and for the first time they actually proper perform a challenge as themselves. Which is interesting. As far as what do I think of the Broomer Boys in their current statuses, Broomer, I still do believe acts out pretty successfully, because like I think the Broomer Boys in their current state, they do make a pretty solid trio, because you have kind of Chalky, who's consistently dumb, Clay, who's consistently logically even though they have ability that they never use, and then Broomer is, as I said in the other episode, that very versatile in the middle character, right? So I think that it does make a solid trio here, where like it ends up being pretty solid. They do a BFDIA joke, and then we end up having some fellas. So Naily, alright, so this Nail, alright, this is, in my opinion, definitely the most improved character from this new style, because the thing that happened with Naily is that the only joke at the beginning of the series that you could really do with Naily, right, was that, oh, you're the singer with the annoying voice, right? Like, that was the only thing. You were the radio presenter that had a terrible voice that everybody hated, right? That was the only thing. However, and then while the show was doing, its own meta humor and reference humor, that means that Nail, since the only joke that you could realistically make with Nail was so fenced off and kind of specific, it happened that Nail just faded, like proper faded into the background, right? Like you didn't notice Nail for majority of the time. Like there were a couple episodes where Nail even talked, but they didn't do any, like they weren't ever memorable moments, right? However, as the show has now taken itself away from the meta humor, away from the reference humor, I mean, generally, I believe that this is, hold on, now that I think about it, this is one of probably the first episode in ages to not have any meta humor in it. It doesn't have a single bit, right? Does it? It doesn't, no. I mean, okay, I guess it has the budget. It talks about the price for funding, but no, like this is probably the first episode of the season to be entirely absent of meta humor in some capacity. Isn't that insane? Isn't that crazy? But yeah, so that's switched to more like unique jokes, like properly written jokes that are original to itself. Really allow Nelly, who's a character that's relatively fun, right? Has ideas consistently, is pretty chatty, right? Has a unique voice. Like it can be a memorable. Like I say, Nelly could have always been a memorable character, but with their one gag, they never were able to shine. So here they're actually able to shine. So Nelly ends up being massively improved. quite a bit here. Smarty, I think, ends up kind of meh. Like, because I'm not gonna lie, because it's like Smarty starts off super stupid, does the Gumball Machine Saga that transforms them into smart character. However, after they become smart character, they don't actually do anything with that additional intelligence, right? It's not like kind of like Taco, who really tries to overpower the competition when they find out, when when like they reveal that they're super smart, right? Smarty kind of reveals that they're a smart fella and then just doesn't really do anything, just kind of sits there, right, and doesn't try to take advantage of their very clearly superior position that they possess, right? They've nearly never actually formatted a plan. For like one, the only challenge I can remember them forming a plan for was the freaking planet building challenge, where they format how they should make the rock base, right? But other than that, they've been a player that overall has been doing very little, despite their apparently additional smarts on the rest of the cast, and I feel like it's truly not taken advantage of there. Then we end up having Chocolate Bar themselves. Chocolate Bar themselves is okay. Chocolate Bar themselves remains relatively default in the same way that they are. We haven't had too many characters interact with them, although we do have some interesting interactions here. With Chocolate Bar in this episode, with Tubble Lord being like, I'm just so attracting, and Chocolate Bar goes like, yeah, you are. Well, it's like, okay, interesting. So anyways, we end up having the eliminated contestants vote on who should get out. So again, we get a couple of scenes with these fellas, which is pretty nice. And it turns out that the majority opinion ends up being to vote Smarty, because they make a collective decision down there that having somebody smart who can fix their TV is the best thing, is the best person that they can eliminate for their own benefits, because they're still going to be there for, at least a couple of months. So that's smart. That's smart from the group. I'm not gonna lie. They did a good decision. Like, maybe, okay, Smarty probably, I don't know if they know how to fix a television, but if you were going to eliminate somebody, why would you want to eliminate somebody annoying? Right? Like, that's kind of the intro. Yeah, because, like, it's kind of a paradox where it's like, you want to eliminate contestants and you think that they should vote for who they don't like, so that way they don't win. But at the same time, if they vote somebody that they don't like, they're gonna need to live with them now because they live in the same place, right? So that means that technically you would want to vote your buddy, right? You want to vote somebody that you don't disdain, so that way they join you down there, right? Like, it's kind of an interesting situation, unless you want them to win for you or whatever, right? So that's all pretty solid, which is, it's interesting. They all have a couple of interesting reasons. For some reason, we have Moonstone randomly say that Latte is the love of my life. Not exactly sure why, but I mean, like, you're doing that. Moonstone, again, it's just kind of like, I don't know what Moonstone is. Moonstone has turned into something. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Like, this character has changed. I can't exactly tell you how. This character has changed. You become, like, so much less stoic. I think that's the word. So much less stoic of a character. The voice has gotten much more routine. Moonstone's ability usage has nearly entirely faded again. I'm sorry, Moonstone has very important abilities. Did you forget? Again? Moonstone has levitated since 4 BC. Like, come on, dude. But, which, by the way, they end up calling Latte, so, the Love of My Life. Which, by the way, Latte is by far probably the most changed character. Dude, in this episode, Latte is unrecognizable. What happened to Latte? Okay. No, Latte has had not a 180, it's had a 360. Because it's like, like, Latte for a while was like the annoying one. By like a country mile, right? Was like the annoying one who refused to do challenges, was constantly on about fanfiction, was constantly on about followers or whatever. And then earlier at the beginning, remember, they were constantly on about the mainstream, but we forgot about that. This show has short-term memory loss. Holy, but like it not only does that, but now Latte's off. I don't think Latte mentioned fanfiction once here. which is okay, interesting. I mean, they do one mention of the followers like late on in the episode, but like at least here they try to challenge it and they kind of interact with Neo. Their voice sounds different as well. It's way less like generic girly. Like, I don't know. This has had, like, Latte has had a major switch up. And not only, they also, of course, have the largest switch up in terms of design. They look like a bucket now. Yeah, I don't know if am I liking where Latte's going? I feel I don't know. I'm going to need to see it a bit more. But it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, whether it's better or it's worse, does it matter if it's still changed completely at random? I wouldn't say it's good, right? That's kind of what I say. Like, it doesn't matter if Latte now becomes the greatest character ever made. If there wasn't a reason for that to happen and it just randomly happened, then why did that happen, right? You have to judge it with that perspective as well. That it ends up suffering from it. We have a renewed intro, so, yes, we have a new intro. How the fuck did it get more generic? How did we make the intro more generic than it was before? What? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think about this one. It's an intro. At least the other one was it cool? No, I like the other one. No, everyone. So this is just character on background. Come on. The other one was cool, unique scenes. Everybody interacting with each other. Okay, come on. Like, I understand that it got obsolete every couple of episodes, and you wanted to make a standardized intro, but then just make a standardized intro where they don't do things that are related to the episode that you're talking about. Anyways, you'll notice how slow I'm talking because we have this challenge, by the way, here. Double Art has a massive, Double Art at this point is just flexing. The Double Art at this point is just flexing. Probably also the least changed character. Probably the one out of the ones in the cast. In terms of just personality, they're exactly the same. But yeah, we end up having the challenge be to form a business and to try to make money. Nobody makes money. The Bremer Boys are making $1 billion until Cracker comes along with their band and makes their song supremely successful, right? So that means that the only thing that they have left, because remember they spent all their money on cars and shit, ends up being $2,999. Double Lord ends up having the idea, alright, I'm just gonna submit the $3,000 that I have currently into the machine, which is it's safe in the sense that, yeah, you won't lose it. Like, it is a valid assessment that, if the other people are just going to lose money, I would win by doing anything. And it would be correct. It's just Double Lord last second doesn't, slips the money, and therefore only $1 is actually on the machine, which is unfortunate. By the way, remember how we said it was the merge? What type of fucking merge is this? There's 3 teams. This is 3, no, it's 2 teams and Double Lord solo. I'm sorry. What, who decided these teams? Who decided these teams? No, really, there's no single explanation to who decided these teams. Like, I understand the Bremer Boy made the alliance, whatever. Alliance is not supposed to be an official in-game component. That's not how alliances work. What are we doing here? Remember how he said it's the merge? It's been 3 months already. Forgot. I'm telling you, the show is short-term memory loss. Like, what is this? But okay, bro. We end up having. Yeah, no, there's just this show does random things. But anyways, I will. What I'm gonna say is, first of all, animation's excellent though. For Riona, I will say that the expressive very solid. A character like Double Lord is really, really expressive. Chalky, I think, ends up super expressive. Camera angles are solid. We end up having a lot of environments. Animation quality has absolutely taken itself to the next level in this episode. I think that certain characters benefit a lot from the writing. A bunch of them are weird. I think somebody like Nail, super benefit. Somebody like Latte, I think, takes kind of down tilt, because it's like, okay, I know we did the random 180 for Latte to not be the most dislikable character of the century, but you can't do a 180. It's too bad. You made a character like that, you gotta keep it. You gotta make them learn to change. They can't just change based on because they felt like it, that they wrote in the fan fiction, I will change. Bro, whatever. Who gets eliminated here? I mean, realistically, Double Lord, because they ignored the challenge, right? Surely. Yeah, I mean, surely it's double art. Because, like, yeah, sure, they gotta be, right? I mean, they were funny, but they ignored the challenge. So, I believe, realistically, they should probably be eliminated. So, we'll go with that. Alright, we have had our current situation overview of the characters, because they have changed quite a bit, and it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in the next few episodes, because, again, long time between them. Episode 12 is titled Gummy Shummy Store. Here goes. Alright, that is episode 12 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, Gummy Shummy Shore. So, welcome to 2019. April 2019 is the release date of this episode. Which means that, yet again, it's been a while. Like, these episodes take a while to do production, which means that, yet again, we have a couple of things that are switched up. Yet again, the animation remains relatively solid, but it also, takes a couple of elements a bit away. Like, for example, you know how they were constantly flexing double Lard's capable, like, 3D-ness? Nope, we chilled out on that. Like, I mean, it's still there, but we chilled out on that. Latte gets another design rework, which, I mean, I did complain about Latte's redesign looking kind of but yeah, now we got a redesign that, yes, to be fair, is much better. It looks a lot more latte. The logo, it looks proper. It doesn't look like a bucket anymore. So yes, I will say it's better. It does make the intro already outdated, which I'm gonna say, you know what, fucking deserved it. You try to make the most generic ass intro, so you didn't need to update it every 2 episodes like you did, and then it still gets outdated because you keep changing your asses, bro. Like, come on. It made the intro worse for the sake of accuracy, only for it to still be inaccurate. But either way, we end up having, a couple of guys, Double R being super scared of the fall. Yeah, the expressiveness that these faces have when they're not playing, like, yes, the excessiveness is, the amount of expressiveness, sorry, not excessiveness, the expressiveness that these faces can do is truly a lot. When they're having another Bremer Boy song, it's a song by the Bremer Boy. To be fair, okay, here's the deal. By having this, like, song and dance, alright, of the Bremer Boy every episode, we've ended up kind of really settling in these three. Like, these three feel like they proper locked in, like, 4 episodes ago, and then they've kind of remained as, like, the core essence of the show. That hasn't really suffered too much, right? Like, the characters around it, like, Latte, I still 100% agree, is literally entirely unrecognizable. Latte from episode 1 has 0 things to do with Latte from episode 6, which has 0 things to do with episode 12. Those are 3 different characters. Latte is not a consistent character at all, and I just feel, and like, it doesn't make me care about Latte. And either way, we end up having other character like Neo, which also had a massive switch, right, into positive direction this time, right, and then we have Double Lord, this is kind of the weird in between, that's like, Double Lord acts as absolutely the comic relief right now, of the series, especially because, the other fellas ended up kind of, because, like, the Bremer boys ended up kind of overall chilling themselves out. Bremer ends up acting more on the chill side, right, currently. So we end up having Latte's more, this Latte is way more on the serious side, right? Clay's also a little bit more on the serious side. So that leaves Double R to be the ultimate comic relief, Chalky to be the mild comic relief, and then Nail to be the fun one, right? So you see there's 3 serious, 3 non-serious. That's kind of what's going on here. So we end up having some fellas with the elimination, where the eliminated contestant, by the way, ended up being Double Lord, who indeed got eliminated despite having rigged the votes. So there we go. Unfortunate for Double Lord. However, you had to dip. I mean, you didn't do anything and was gonna win, but then still managed to throw. Like it wasn't great. But yes, the challenge is to find Gummy Bear. Yes, find Gummy Bear, who has disappeared a couple episodes ago. Why? I don't know. Do we know? Nope, we don't. You think we do? I don't know. We just disappeared, but the ratings have gone down, and it's apparently for that. How are the ratings going down? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In the nicest way possible, you can't keep saying that the ratings are going down if you're getting a record number of votes every episode. You need to start coming up with better excuses. Like, you can't just be telling me, like, oh, 2,000 votes, record number of votes. That means more viewers than ever. And then tell me that the ratings are going down. Like, like, I understand that that's the joke. But, like, the ratings do have to at least be a little bit actually going down. Like, like, come on now. But I always just, they end up looking down to going around town and doing some stuff. Yet again, yes, we are indeed playing quite a bit with the humorous element. You know, again, we're forming our own jokes. We're really transferred into this. We do a little bit of meta humor. We don't really do meta humor. We do season 1 humor quite a bit in terms of, like, you know, referencing season 1 with Unicorn Horn and everything. But yeah, I really like the shots of them going into town. I think that this little kid who wants an autograph, this is great. That voice is amazing. I don't know who voiced it, but they do an amazing voice, and they should do more stuff. And then the purse being a surprise. Damn, I really wanted to get rid of him, which is very fun. Anyway, at the last second, we see Latte hold a book. Yeah, they keep a book on them that's like The Secrets of Pragma or something, which, I mean, look, here's the deal. If this was any show, I would be like, clock that immediately, it's gonna be important. However, we're talking about this show. This show has about as much memory as a potato, so that means that I don't trust that this book's appearing ever again. It probably will. We're in a more modern era, right? We're in 2019, okay? We're like, which is about 7 years ago, so well, like, we're in 2019, okay? It's been like 4 years since the show started. We should be capable of doing such a thing as remembering a writing element that we had before, okay? I know it's difficult, but I'm really trusting. Come on, show, you can do this. You can remember something that you yourself said. Come on, I believe. I'm a believer, okay? But yeah, okay. So we end up having they end up chilling over with Clay. Chalky and Nail end up going over to a cave and having kind of fun. You see that duo, that's a fun duo. I like that duo quite a bit. Nail is just so good now. Like that's crazy. Like, Nail takes the benefit, like, literally goes from top 3 worst characters in the show in terms of just kind of, really didn't have anything going for them, and then with this newfound era, they have bumped to literally the top. I would say that right now, in these past few episodes, Nelly is just the best character. Like, they get the most jokes, they're unique, they're fun, they're super expressive, they actually think about the challenges while having fun, they're exactly what a character should be at the end of the day, right? Like, Nelly's just absolutely nailing it. God! No, okay. So yeah, this character does quite well. And then we end up having the fella in the hotel who go to where you'd be the most lonely. So they end up going over to the nation. Latte again starts questioning everything. For some reason, again, like, you see, it's just not Latte. this is just not Latte. Latte would be wouldn't Latte be the first person to believe it? You know, you literally wrote fiction for that. I thought you loved imagining, and then you're out here being a skeptical. I thought you weren't a skeptic. You were literally the one who believed that when you wrote it in the fan fiction, it came through, and you're out here doubting things. Like, Latte, we lost Latte, guys. I'm not gonna lie, we lost Latte. Latte, we need to do a funeral for Latte. Latte has joined the Micro. Micro's up there, all of the 7 versions of Latte that have died. To make way for this Latte. But yeah, the last second in the forest, Broomer ends up encountering Unicorn Horn, who really wants to join the show. Unicorn Horn, I mean, they obviously have a redesign from their perspective, as well as Gummy Bear ends up having a redesign from their previous one. Unicorn Horn's redesign, pretty good. Gummy Bear's redesign, pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like it. It doesn't look gummy. It looks like slime, you know, which is different. A gummy, like, cause it's a bit too. It's hard to dignify what's wrong with it, but it doesn't look like a gummy bear. That's pretty much the extent of it. It really just doesn't. right? Like it looks like slime. I don't know if that's because it's the same. It's like the same tint as a Minecraft slime. That's probably why. It's also probably why the gummy bear that you imagine, right? Especially like the gummy bear, from the song, is so much more lime, right? It's just brighter. It's just literally just a brighter shade, right? So yeah, I'm doing that, and also I think that addition that it gives a more cartoony presence with just how big that outline is. So I'm not a massive fan of it, but yeah. So that's alright. So then you end up having the fella want to join the show, but Charlie Bar goes like, no, you're not joining the show. So yep, they end up dying. Yeah, Unicorn Horn, not the most threatening villain in the world, remains true indeed. But yeah, I'm gonna be fully honest with you here, 100% honest, that like this show has been doing like the last 3 episodes worth of nostalgia bait. Not gonna lie, it's baiting. Come on, you gotta imagine. Like, it is not too often that a show randomly comes out here 3 episodes in a row where like where like the main focus of the episode is barely even on the contestants in it and more on the contestants who aren't in it or are eliminated. Just saying. Which, I mean, it makes perfect sense, especially considering how long it is between these episodes, right? You want to be able to see these older characters brought into a newer era. However, at the same time, I'm just pointing out, we are seeing these characters who shouldn't be in the show because they're literally eliminated, be in the show a lot more than I realistically expect, right? So I am going to point that out as a detail, because we should know about it. But overall, yeah, I mean, like, overall, yet again, I just like to preface this. I said this, I think, yesterday night. I'm going to say it again today. I am enjoying watching this. Okay, I know I'm doing a lot of critiques. Because this is exactly the type of show that gets a lot of critiques. Why? Because it's a show that's very bold. At the end of the day, it does a lot of shit. It makes a lot of decisions, right? Which means that by making a lot of decisions, it opens itself up to a lot of nitpicks, to a lot of critiques, right? Because it doesn't close itself in a box of safety. Because, a show that closes itself off in a box of safety might get physically less critiques from me. However, at the same time, I'm less engaged, right? I'm really engaged in this show. Like, I might be critiquing it for this or for that, right? But at the end of the day, I'm still really engaged. So, like, that's something that I have to keep reiterating, because it's really important to reiterate it, right? Because, like, even though I probably said less negative things about Excellent Entities, doesn't mean that Excellent Entities is better. It just means that Excellent Entities does less interesting things, which means I have less things to criticize in the first place. However, that also means that the show's just more boring as a whole, right? Does that make sense? Okay, yeah. Episode 13 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities is titled Painting the Town Red. Alright, Doja Cat, let's go. Alright, that is episode 13 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. September 2019, that is the release date of this episode, so it's another, 6 months, ish between the episodes. And yeah, I mean, I feel like I can really tell that the writing is improving. However, it's dealing with a bad situation where that's almost not good. That's kind of, like, it really does deal with this kind of weird situation where it's like, man, I can see that the writing is better. They're doing references to what they were usually doing, right, and everything, right, to one-on moments, and that's great energy, that's great stuff to do. But here, in the 13th episode, right, that's kind of the thing, is like, it's improving too late. It's improving too late. It's not gonna have again. It suffers so much. Whatever. It keeps like switching things up. In just the way that things end up getting written, in the way that assets look. Oh my god, like 3 assets got changed. Like, in just general things, right? Where, like, it's good. I think majority of them. Well, I'm not sure about the assets, but they're good, right? But it's especially the writing. I think the writing is much better. However, it's just weird because it's in the context of this show that, for the first batch of episodes was like that. it being like this now hurts it quite a bit. You know, this show really does. I think this show desperately needs that third season, like quite like a lot. You know, I'm looking at this right here, and it's like 3EE is necessary because like this is great. However, it's getting hurt so much by what it was, right? Because it can't keep being what it was without directly in a certain capacity being bad. And therefore, by improving itself, it directly hurts itself because it has to change things up. So yeah, that's kind of the deal with it. We ended up having the start where Nao has been doing stuff again. Nao's absolutely the MVP. Nao is just the MVP single-handedly of this. Like ever since episode 11, Nao is the character to watch. I enjoy Nao so much right now. More than probably everybody else combined. Because really, out of these people, again, Chalky and Broomer have been roughly standardized. Latte is the exact opposite. They've been so varied that at this point, they're nothing, right? It's like when you put everything in a burger, you just end up with no flavor at the end of it, right? Because there's just too much shit. And then Clay turned into the nothing. And that's why, again, Clay ends up getting eliminated in this episode. Barely, but Latte, who yet again survived because somebody was just mildly worse. Clay in the last episode, didn't basically do anything. And indeed, we end up having them be out. We have the show call out that it always uses, brings back eliminated contestants. And indeed, we do bring back the eliminated contestants for another time. Again, I blame it in a sense of watching it, right? I blame it in the sense of watching it because at the end of the day, I don't think it makes a lot of sense for them to keep coming back, right? However, from a sense of viewership and the actual time that passes, again, I can't blame it. I really can't. These episodes have long times between them. People want to see these characters, especially because I don't know if 3EE was supposedly on the radar of existing yet, right? So I don't know if it was a thing that was planned. So I think it makes perfect sense. We have a couple of new assets. First of all, by the way, I'd like to point out that from the other new asset renewal. By the way, Diary, the thing I complained about Diary was fixed. There's a mild tinge of pink on the lock for the Diary that makes it distinct from the eye. Okay, yes. I'm glad that we noticed. I'm glad that critique was not in 100% vain, okay? But we have some other assets. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I'm too convinced by the Smarty asset because, neither the Smarty nor the Moonstone. Because here's the deal. Okay, Moonstone becomes so transparent that you just look like a bubble. Like the actual design that the Moonstone has, which, okay, at the start it was barely there, then it got really exposed, and now we've gone back down to basically not being there. And it's a bit exaggeratedly, so it needs to be, I think, a bit less bubbly. And again, Smarty is just kind of it's a bit weird of a design rework because okay, you want to hear it? The reason why I think the asset kind of buzzed me the wrong way is because it's not just an asset rework, right? It's not just the same thing, but it looks a bit different. This Smarty asset got pretty much remade, and the Smarty directly is different. They have this rim edge to them that directly changes how the foundation is as an object, that the old Smarty asset, by not having it, is just directly flat. This Smarty asset, new asset, ends up having this little rim that makes it not a 100% flat surface that I wanted to face, which ends up switching it up. That is the best way that I can describe it, okay? that, like, yeah, that's absolutely the best way, because the object has directly changed its shape by this asset, which is why I think that it's not good. Okay, that's the best way that I could call it. It's not as good. Like, again, it's fine. It's fine. It's just this weird 13th episode of a 15 episode series. You know, it's too late to change things theoretically. You know, like, it shouldn't be like things need to change and then settle. You know, like, but nothing's ever settled. And by the way, Click is here. Yes, Click is here as a bonus teammate for Latte's team. Hello, Click. You see, you're symmetrical now. All right, there you go. Great guy. And yeah, we end up having the challenge, which is paintball. Go to your respective quarter and then, you know, do paintballing. Paintball challenges are alright. I mean, they're very complicated, right? Because, like, the thing with paintball challenges is that you can't, like, you don't have that 3D movement, so you can't really see somebody and then somebody in the back that well, right? So you can't usually get a great understanding of the map, right? Like, it's difficult to get an understanding of the world in the same way that, like, with paintball, like, paintball is so much a game of understanding the map, but, like, when you place it here, you end up kind of, like, it doesn't really become an understanding of the map. Like, barely anybody hides, nearly nobody takes cover. Like, I think Nail's the only one who actually took cover in any type of significant way, right, with the tree. But, like, other than that, like, you know, the characters barely took cover or anything. Because that's not really the element that they end up using, right? So yeah, we end up having some fellas, and I mean, yeah, in general, the interactions are like, but they're like mildly interesting. They're like fun. We end up having Fever yet again do the team leader. They just got to remind us, yo, remember how Broomer and Fever were a thing? Yeah, they're still a thing. Yet again, I don't know how Fever can fail every single challenge unless people still think Fever should be team leader. Fever just has that type of stronghold on people. But yeah, they end up doing their whole shenanigan. Then the headphones gets hanging out with it. Nail ends up coming in, gets some epic dodges somehow to put spots of Tanuki Leaf, flies over, drops down. Click eventually gets told that they got to do the challenge, because yeah. Like I see, I don't know. It's just it's like Latte in this episode makes a line about the cell service, right? Because there's no cell service, and it's like Gumball Machine goes like, oh, you can't think about anything else other than your phone. It's like, no, I can think about my phone, my laptop. That's about it. And it's like, it's one of the things where it's like, you see, like, I don't know if I'm just channeling a load of shit. However, like, doesn't it feel a little off? Because it's like, yeah, Latte would say this, but not this Latte. Like, this Latte has made one joke about the phone in the last 2 episodes. You know? Like, if this, like, that's a Latte episode 6 joke. But it's not a Latte episode 13 joke, because this character has fundamentally changed, right? I don't know. Am I chatting shit? Really, tell me. Am I going insane? Has this show made me extraordinarily dumb? Like, I don't, like, because maybe, I'm not against the concept that I am just nitpicking and I'm being like, oh no, the character cannot change, it must stay the same. But like, it's kind of weird because it switches up a character's entire vibe, and then when it tries to, you see, reincorporate elements that were originally part of its vibe, it doesn't work because this show doesn't add on things to a character. It just swaps it, which means that the thing that used to be the character isn't it anymore, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. This is kind of the thing that I think hurts it quite a bit. And no individual Latte is bad. It's just this mishmash of them that ends up being formed. That one is a bit weird because none of them are correct to each other, right? If that makes sense. But either way, yeah, we end up having the trap. Yeah, Fever makes an epic trap, ends up putting their own teammate on it because of course they do. We end up having the other fellas get hit. Fever gets hit by Naily. Then we end up having the other fellas. Yeah, they get into a battle with wait a minute. Who gets into a battle? I forgot. It was Broomer and somebody else. Oh yeah, no. Clay gets hit by Click. No, Broomer gets hit by by Click, and then Click and Clay have a battle, and then they're just hitting each other. So then we end up having the final team, which is Chalky and Nailey's team, both of which have 2 members each. Nailey and Chalky end up just kind of having, yo, what's good? You doing good? Yeah, I'm doing great. And then eventually we end up having that that Nailey gets shot because they don't realize that, oh yeah, I'm supposed to shoot them because Nailey brain. And then at the last second we end up having Smarty run away until they trip and then get hit by Chalky, who ends up winning the challenge. Good job, Chalky! You kind of just chilled there, but hey, sometimes that's how you gotta do things in Mainbow, indeed. We don't have a shrinking map, so that means that you can chill, you can camp. Campers win. So that means that Latte, Nail, and Broomer are up for elimination. As you can understand from how much I've complained about it, I'm not a big fan of Latte. This latte is a weird mishmash of the 3 lattes that have been made in 2014 and in 2016 and in 2019, right? Which means that none of them are correct, and latte as one individual character with one individual character's worth of characteristics doesn't exist. This latte is wrong. And we need a factory reset on latte in another season, but this latte makes no sense. Alright, whatever the latte is supposed to be doing makes no sense because latte has randomly had personality switches with no real reason to, which means that it just doesn't make sense. Alright, I'm sorry. And also Broomer and Nail are cool. So yeah. We're gonna need to see guys. I have no idea. So yeah, I'm predicting latte because it's usual. But latte is always the way, man. What if latte's ringing the bells for real? We end up having a cool little scene about eating marshmallow because for some reason the fella didn't go back down in the hole yet. The other contestants, and then we head ourselves down over into the next episode. Well, we actually head into the fade out and then into the next episode, which is episode 14. 2 left. Not that many. Really not that many. Because it's time for episode 14 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, which is titled Till Death Do Us Part. Alright. No, wait. I'm sorry. I presumed that the title was gonna make sense. Till Death Do Us Pizza. It's a micro title. It's because I read Till Death and I was like, okay, I can guess it, but no, it's actually Till Death Do Us Pizza. My bad, chat. I guessed. I dared to guess something. Okay, all right, micro. Let's see what the fuck where you've been all this time, and how they're gonna explain it. Let's be 100% for real. They won't. Let's go. Alright, that is episode 14 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, and you know what? Again, there's that classic effect when you're looking for something and it's more likely to be true. However, I'm telling you, this showcases exactly what I've been talking about with Broomer in this episode. What I've been talking about with Broomer and the whole vibe of the cast. I'm telling you, how this showcases how Broomer fits in. However, first, we have to, of course, start before that, where we end up having our song of the Broomer boys, having their classic little song and dance. Have these songs gotten better? I feel like I don't think they've gotten better in terms of like that much production because they're supposed to be cheesy. However, I do think that the singing quality, especially in Chalky's voice, has improved. The other fellas barely, like the Broomer is relatively the same. Which is nice. But then, yeah, at the elimination, we end up having Latte get eliminated. This is not a surprise. Latte, bye. Okay. Latte ended up... Latte took a 180 only to slowly turn back to how Latte used to be. And Latte already used to be annoying. It's kind of like Latte's a lost cause in this show, okay? We can do 3EE, we can get Latte back on the show, we can do, restart from fresh, but Latte in this show is a mess. Okay, seems all good. The intro hasn't changed, by the way, to be honest. The intro has actually remained the same ever since it originally happened, which means that, of course, we get to keep the outdated latte as it in it. But yeah, overall, it keeps the outdated latte, outdated moonstone. So yeah, it keeps it in it. However, it goes how it goes. With this intro, yeah, the outdated Smarty. But either way, we end up having bring Michael back because everybody keeps wanting Michael to be back because that's not like bro. They can't. Micro's dead. So they end up trying to figure out, all right, y'all, how do we bring Micro back? Well, the chocolate bar goes, fine, I'll make that the challenge. So, all right, your challenge is to bring a Micro back. We know where Micro is. They're off in the Deadlands, right? It has a specific name, but I've somehow managed to never catch it. So yes, the people in the bus are cheering. This is why unionizing works. They're doing solidly, and now they all go off. We end up having a pretty solid showcase of camera angles, by the way, in this episode as well. However, in terms of animation quality, this show has been quite good for quite a while. By the way, this was updated. This was uploaded in March of 2020, which is I think literally right before pandemic hit. So we gotta keep an eye out for finale, right? Because it's going to be post-pandemic. Pandemic is kind of course, a big turning point to what's kind of going on in the world. Did you know? Right, so that could give you more time, less time. It kind of really depends. So we're going to need to keep an eye out on that, and it might change the vibe a little bit of episode 15. But either way, we end up having the idea that we get Muffin. Muffin comes back for a surprise cameo. Remember Muffin, the character that the show jokes about nobody caring about? And to be fair, not that many people do. But they end up giving them a map. They more end up stealing a map that shows the locations, which is in a hole. So that's fair. So they end up... everybody ends up jumping in, and then they end up off in... Dude, they're called Glove World? I don't know. They call it Glove World or something. But it's because it's God World? It's because it's the word of God? I don't know. But either way, they end up being there and seeing that Micro's apparently the king. And you see, this is what I mean, okay? Latte gets eliminated in this episode, and Clay gets eliminated, and then... Latte gets eliminated. This means that the voices of reason of this show have gotten eliminated back to back. Alright? So that means that in this final three, we have an extremely silly Nail, an extremely goofy and kind of dumb Chalky, and then we have Broomer. Broomer is the in-between, right? Broomer is the character that's personality got specifically set to the middle. They can act extremely stupid and fun. However, they can also act extremely serious and not arrogant, but kind of proper rough, right? So what happens is in the other episodes where there was those serious characters to latch off to latch onto for the more serious content, what happens is that you end up having Broomer be sillier because when Broomer is sillier, they can play off of the Broomer boys better. Right, so Broomer ends up on average being sillier, and also, of course, it's goofy to have him be dumb, right? Okay. However, now that the other fellas are gone, you end up just keeping the goofy people. So if you have Broomer be silly as well alongside them, it doesn't work. Right? Because you just end up having silly as your final three, right? So it just ends up that there's no tonal clash, and there has to be a little bit of a tonal clash. Otherwise it's a little bit. It's gonna be one note, right? It's gonna be one note. You need to have a little bit of somebody who's a bit more skeptical, a little bit somebody who's a bit more rough to proper sort it out. So you see, Boomer in this episode becomes a massive skepticist, being like, "Oh, Micro's your god? Okay, sure." Right? They end up kind of being more angry than not, right? Doing things out of spite, which remember is very Latte style. The way they approach interactions is meaner than how they would usually approach interactions. The way they do actions is ruder than how they usually do interactions. Because they have to be the one to carry that torch in the writing to properly sort this out. You see, this is what I mean when I say that the writing of this episode has gotten very solid, right? Because there's these types of details that it is pulling off, whether subconsciously or not. I don't know how much conscious they were putting into it, but I do think Webb is a good writer. So, in general, we end up you see this kind of sorts itself out, and Broomer ends up feeding into the vibe that's necessary. And in this case, we need a rougher vibe, so Broomer ends up being rougher, right? And I think that's really interesting to properly see in action, because this episode shows it perfectly. You can see it perfectly. In the other episodes, because this really is why would Broomer be so unbelievably upset about Micro being the chosen one? I don't know, because in the other You understand? This is the same guy that was off going crazy about, oh my god, we're somehow the most successful band in the world, right? Like a couple of episodes ago. Like it really depends, because Brumer can be both, and they end up being both. Like it should be impressive to see. But either way, we end up having, well, of course, a lot of cameos, and a lot of fellas drop by as they eventually go into the tower where Micro is there, because apparently what's going on is that the God World worships Micro as the chosen one because they introduced pizza to the world. Pizza did not exist in heaven until this moment. And hey, pizza is pretty good. So if somebody, I would also hail the inventor of pizza as the god of the world. Like, to be fair, that is correct. I would do that. Yes, I agree. But yeah, then we end up having, by the way, the other fellas. So Moonstone and Diary end up going over to Latte because they really need to know about the book, because apparently the book is super important and super antique, right? So they have to know all the scoops of the book. Because of course, Moonstone, the famous person with mind reading capabilities, can't read the mind. You get to know what Latte's think. When you read a book, you have to read it in your mind. It's that, that's how reading works. The words, they are in your mind. Try reading. Like, that's how your mind is processing the words. That means that if you read the mind, you will read the words from the mind. Come on, Moonstone. Be more than 3 brain cells. Come on, Moonstone. You have cool capabilities. Use them. I'm crashing out over Moonstone. For fuck's sake. Moonstone, do something. Oh my god. I'm growing a bit on Moonstone's asset. Moonstone's asset is okay. Moonstone's asset is fine. I still don't like Smarty's asset. Smarty's asset, don't like that asset. It not only changes the actual shaping of the object itself, but it also makes it look more similar to other round things like nickel. So it makes it look more generic. Don't like that one, but Moonstone's fine. Moonstone's okay. Anyways, they end up having a battle against the guards and winning because the guards are bad. And then last second, we end up having we end up getting to the top where Micro's there. Micro, yes, it's a microphone. Yippee. Look at Micro. Micro's new asset. Micro's voice, not vocoded. I will say, unfortunate. I think that it could be vocoded because, you'll be like, oh, it'll sound bad. I mean, you can make it sound good. You can work around it. It's an interesting challenge, right? Like, instead of making it a voice, you could have made it work, I think, in my opinion. Because it'll sound bad. No, this show's goofy. This show's not trying to be serious, McGee. You can have fun with a vocoder. It's okay. But they eventually come over to rescue him. Micro's, well, I like it here. I like it to be able to show it to my people. And then last second, a shark is about to fall off. Because they get eaten off a window. I like how they've at least remembered that gag. Micro comes in and quote unquote saves them. We end up having an epic scene. So people saying, "Oh, Micro died for a moment." But yeah, eventually Chalky ends up running by with Micro. And then Brumer comes in, steals it. Again, a lot of cool cameras, and proper, action scenes. As Nail eventually, it's somehow behind them all because they were trying to figure out, oh, sure, how I die, I can put up a stand here. Oh, okay. But yeah, Nail at the last second ends up dropping down a cliff and somehow getting heated right next to Chocolate Bar. And then last second, Brumer trips and Micro gets sent all the way over to Nail, who wins the challenge and makes it to the final 2. Yes! So, Nail, the best character in the finale. I thought we were so cooked for a moment. Let's go. I got even the writer. No, Nail not in the finale. The finale would be 7 times more boring. It's actually hilarious just how much Nail at this current moment is better than the rest of the cast, in my opinion. I'm sorry. It's actually crazy. Brumer acts as an extreme benefit to the cast, but I don't think that I don't think they lift the cast themselves. And then Chalky is just goofy vibes. So yeah. Micro ends up eventually, getting back to their land, their dead lands. And then Nail ends up making it to the finale where they get to choose who to pick, and they pick Chalky because they think that, you know, Brimmer would have won, which valid decision. Nail has a better chance of winning, probably, on a 1v1 setting against Chalky, who's kind of dumb, you know, has managed to do challenges pretty well, but we've clearly noticed that those two, they have like a communal energy of not being too smart. Comparatively to somebody like Brimmer, who can be smart if they want to, right? And yeah, so I mean, yeah, Nail makes the correct decision there, and it sets up an interesting final two of Nail and Chalk. Because of course they are a final two that are rooted in relatively similar-ish vibes. So, like, as I'm saying, without Brimmer there, it could make a potential, you know, a little bit of a clash. However, I think it's fine because, well, first of all, in finales, people come back, right? You know, they tend to show up, right? So it's not just gonna be those two interacting, you know, because like the problem with it, because like what I'm saying about an episode like this is because at the end of the day, these two are the main characters of the episode. Yes, those two will still be the main character of the finale. However, there's gonna be so many other characters, right, that they'll end up bouncing off of a lot of people, right? Okay. And then also I do think that having a more fun-oriented final two is also perfectly fine because you know, you just get to kind of how do I say this? You get to like have fun. The finale at the end of the day, you know, it could be serious or it could be fun, and I feel like for a show like this, it should probably be fun. So yeah, I think Chalky and Nail make a fun finale, which is nice. So yeah, I'd probably predict Chalky to win, but either way, we end up having the episode. And what's that the other matter? They were like, okay, I'll let you read the book, but I'll join you or something. They're trying to find out the story. There's like deep knowledge in that book. Okay, it's like an important book. And yeah, it's that the book of the gods, right? Because remember, Chalky can't read, so Latte was the only one who could have possibly had the book. But yeah, Latte was just reading it. But hey, at least I'm glad that we didn't have short-term memory loss in the terms of like having, you know, the book never appear again. You know, it's one of the, like, it's nice at the very least, right? Okay. All right. Well then, that's episode 14. It was that was a nice one to analyze. I thought that was very cool. I thought that episode proved my point very well. Okay. Episode 15, the grand finale of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities, is titled The Finale. Is the FinalEEE. Okay, the finale. Okay, I don't know what the best way to say phonetically this title is. But like, yeah, let's just jump into it. All right, shall we? Yes, we shall. All right, go. Okay, that is episode 15 of Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. And alright, okay, so here's the deal. Right after watching this episode, I read that pinned comment just because, you know, you never know what's going on in the comments, right? And then you're telling me that this shit's a dream? That this finale's a dream? Okay, like, I understood the final line was Chalky said it's everything I've ever dreamed of, and then it fades away. But it doesn't get Chalky waking up. So it was like, so I thought it was just, oh, hi, it's a callback to the beginning of the episode. But it's not like, oh, the Chalky's literally dreaming. What? Huh? I mean, I guess we never saw Chalky wake up. We saw Nail wake up. So that means that technically Chalk never woke up. Which means that, yes, this could be all the flashback from Chalk's dream, but I mean, like, what? I guess it could be. I mean, dude, do I even agree? Because then it's like, it's a dream from when? You know, from what point is this dream the dream? You know? Because it's like, I don't understand. Like, are we dreaming? Like, is this finale fully dreamed? Is this show fully dreamed? Because, like, winning... Hold on. I guess I need to clock this final line of the episode now. Give me a moment. It's suddenly become surprisingly important. So, wait a minute. It feels like everything I ever dreamed of. So, that would imply that the entire show's a dream. Why? Why, though? But, you know? So, yeah, then there's the question. Did these fellas go to jail? Do we even know these guys? Or would the Broomer Boys band be fake then? Right? Because then they wouldn't have made music. For real. But then I get to one of those questions where I guess it makes sense, right? Because, like, if they're popular or they're not popular, right? You know, like, how would they always be top of the charts and everybody liked them, and they're supposed to be in jail and everything, right? Then how would they keep having #1 song? Like, I guess that stuff makes sense, but I also, but like, oh god, I mean, like, there's a lot, like, okay, I can understand why. Okay, I can understand the theory of this being a dream, sure. However, I also think that you need to twist it a lot. You know, first of all, it's one hell of a dream. Dude, that's one omega dream. Have you ever dreamed of an entire TV show with 15 episodes? Have you ever tried to do that? I mean, that's a while. Because it's not that somebody doesn't dream for 4 hours, but like just that. Like, dreaming a coherent storyline for 4 hours. Chalky, you are gaming. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, dude. Is that, I mean, it's okay, especially because, like, it doesn't play into it too much, you know? Like, it kind of does this is a dream. However, at the same time, it really doesn't play into it that much. So, I guess I'll allow it, you know, because it doesn't force it onto you. If you want to imagine it as a dream, you can take a look at the last one. If not, like, I think that you can't even really tell that it's a dream from just that line by itself, unless you get a little bit of other content. At least I did it because, like, I thought, like, oh, if it was a dream, I would see Chalky wake up, basically. But anyway, yeah, that is interesting. So, all right, we need to clock this in remembering that everything that happens here is entirely untrue, apparently, to the world. So, I mean, of course, that just fucks everything up for 3EE. I have no idea what 3EE is going to be. Like when I said, you know, that it was gonna be a reset, I wasn't expecting this much of a reset. You know, like, holy, like, is it really gonna reset that hard? Jesus Christ. But either way, we end up having the actual episode. So let's imagine that this is real for a moment. First of all, also I'd just like to point out, of course, yeah, we have the first part with the fellas dreaming, and then they wake up. So we start off here with the opening credits. I really like the detail of WebzForevz being credited on the opening credits. However, at the ending credits says Griffin Weber. That's cool, right? That's just cool. Come on. But yeah, they end up doing their whole shebang, and they're getting everybody out, and then eventually everybody starts going like, we've read the book, and this says that there is no season 2. So then they strap Chocolate Bar to a chair, and try to get Chocolate Bar to explain what was going on. So we then discover what was going on in this episode. For some reason, Moonstone is rather excited. By the way, Laddie's a guy. Really? Really? No, for real? No, wait a minute. I did not know that. I'm gonna be absolutely for real. Like, this was not something that I knew about. Cause it was like, really? Oh, Annie. Oh, I just looked at the wiki. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Because I was confused. Because I was like, no. Because I remembered that, like, when Moonstone called them the love of my life, people were like, "Yo, lesbian." Oh, because I read some comments, and I was like, "Hold on, wait a minute. This is a guy, though." So apparently they're just whatever. Okay, sure. We'll go with it. So, anyways, yes, they end up going over. And having the information until yet again Chocolate Bar starts dissing that apparently 10 years ago there was a season 1 of a show. There was season 1 of a show. It was just called Entities. And apparently the dad of Chocolate Bar's wife, who exists, and we get to see Snow Cone ends up being there around. and they ended up competing together, and they fell in love and everything, and they had a good time. However, unfortunately, Chocolate Bar got out in embarrassing fashion and isn't capable of showcasing them to the world. So, okay, all right, solve that. Next up, we end up having that apparently by the rule set of the series, because yeah, Joy Bar gets a host a second season. Mango was not around. Okay, so the rule that Mango breaks is that apparently you are not allowed to be related to somebody who competed in the show, right? A player may not be related to a former winner. So Pineapple won. So Mango, by being a cousin of Pineapple, ends up not being allowed. So therefore, when playing Excellent Entities, they end up cheating and therefore not being allowed to win. Even though, of course, that's a retcon, because Excellent Entities because that gag in Excellent Entities is that, Gummy Bear told them the rule set that, oh no, you can't win, I must win, right? That's like the rule set that is said at the finale of Excellent Entities. So that's just a major retcon, but we'll go with it again. Look, let's go with it. I'm gonna let it do it, okay? For now, I could be like no, but then it'd be like whatever, So yeah. Anyhow, what else do we have? Yes, we have the starting line on board, but then the ratings were going down, and then we end up being like, yo, you got to bring on Mango up because you got a Chipper's ad deal. I'm sorry, who the hell watches a reality show for the person with the ad deal? Yo, yeah, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. So it's just like you got his... No, because if you're bringing him in for the money, yeah, but the viewers wouldn't like it. Hold on. Like, have you ever gone like, oh shit, this show got the guy sponsored by Nike. I gotta go watch it. Have you ever done that? I feel like I haven't personally. I mean, like, maybe that'd be true for some situations, but I feel like maybe... I guess, I don't know. I mean... Sometimes. I guess like BFDI sponsored a show. People probably watch it. Right? Sponsored a guy in a show. Like if Jack and Jellyfish recommended a character to a different object show and they got in, then yeah, people will probably watch it. Okay, okay, fine. I'll allow it. I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna give this episode a lot of benefits of the doubt, okay? Because it's dealing with a complicated situation. It's dealing with a situation that it has to deal with apparently an ending that was planned out 4 years ago. It has to deal with the fact that this show makes no sense and has never made any sense. So it needs to do all that. Like this show, again, remember, this show has short-term memory loss. So now that it needs to suddenly remember everything again, it is remembering things in random orders. So yeah, it is doing its own thing. But yeah. Apparently they made the final challenge where everybody was there because otherwise, they couldn't do the thing. Okay, so that makes sense. And then at the last moment, Cracker managed to not apparently take the $1 million. And then they end up trying to do the second iteration. By the way, the intro, I forgot about the intro. The intro was updated. Yay. It didn't really change that much. We just ended up adding the new assets for like Smarty, Latte, and the other fella. Still, fully agree in my opinion. Musa's new asset, fine. It's just Smarty's new asset, terrible. Latte's new asset, great. So 2 for 3, not bad. But we'll go with it. I think Diary might have had a mild rework as well. Like a very subtle one. There's like dotted lines around. But either way, yeah. So it turns out that apparently everybody in the show was fetched from jail. Did you know? So what Chocolate Bar did is they fetched everybody from jail for their participants, and then ends up sorting it out. Hold on. So get wait a minute. What is happening? So they get everybody from jail for their participants, and they kidnap them and give them a memory loss. They make them lose their memory. Somehow, even though like nearly everybody can remember their life before, but not at that specific moment. Okay, again, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. Okay, are you gonna allow it? Because I'm gonna allow it. Which, I mean, I would argue, okay, it makes like half sense, because the deal is that like at the start of episode 1 of this season, it does do the note, right? Where the note that it ends up saying is that, like, the note to like, oh hey, we're gonna be doing season 2. It's very clearly edited, right? It's very clearly changed in terms of writing, so that instead of saying we're not going to do a season 2, there's Sharpie over and it says we will, right? Yes, that is true. So that makes sense under that rule set, okay? I would say it doesn't make sense on the whole fact that if you aren't doing anything for TV, why are you doctoring a note for just yourself, right? Like, it's kind of one of those things. It's like, this isn't theoretically a scene in the show, so why are you just like role playing that you're getting all of these characters to nobody, right? Like I don't really like that part. Don't really understand that one, to be 100% honest. So like I get it, but I also don't get it. But again, we'll allow it. So then it gives us a big old song and dance about how everybody got arrested. Apparently 10 of them, 10 arrests pretty much at the same time, in the same batch of days, as they end up kind of just leading one into the next, 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 into the next. And they're all people that were around in the city. But yeah, they end up going over into the research labs, being cool and everything. They end up apparently having they apparently have the awesome pill that makes you stupid. And here you get to see Tubba learn that they can lie, and it gets Smarty to apparently be dumb. So you're telling me that what was going on is Smarty was drugged into being extremely stupid for about 4 episodes until Gumball Machine goes like, yo, can you roleplay with me? And Smarty says like, yes, and suddenly mentally locks in and the pill has no effect anymore. I mean, I get it. It's so close to making sense. Like, I understand. The circumstance is not quite there, but like it could be. You know, it's kind of that thing. Like, it does that, but it's like, I get it. I really do. But it's like, it's so close. But it just doesn't quite make sense. What the fucking pill that is. What is that? 128-hour energy pill that makes you stupid. You know, like, it's kind of like, how, you know? Like, it would have wore off faster. You know? So yeah, I understand the Tubba lying thing. That's cool. That gets explained pretty well. But yeah, Smarty ends up doing their whole thing. Everybody goes to jail because Moonstone kids apparently read minds. Because yes, of course they're doing a spy job because they can read minds. That makes sense. So yeah, because again, remember they can do that. They don't use that ability nearly enough. Dude, Moonstone. I'm sorry. Moonstone is the biggest waste of a character ever. Like, there's just so many ideas that you can do, but you made Moonstone, like, kind of evil, kind of stupid. Like, okay, I'm gonna be honest, this show has had a constant flip-flop between being like, do I make Moonstone dumb? Do I make Moonstone smart? Dumb? Smart. Dumb? Smart. Because, like, Moonstone comes into Excellent Entities smart. Moonstone comes into this show extremely dumb. Then picks itself up smart again, you know, with the whole diary collab thing, okay? Then gets eliminated, becomes dumb again. Every future appearance, they're not doing anything right. They forget all of their abilities, okay? But now, apparently, in this flashback, smart again, because they were doing a spy and being super investigative and correct, right? And all that stuff. But you see, it kind of sad. It's Moonstone smart, it's Moonstone dumb. Remember how Moonstone can laugh? That we haven't seen in about 5 million episodes. These characters, they need... generally, this needs 3EE so bad. Oh my god. But either way, yes, we end up having Shark Bearberry, who is the old owner of the place, end up getting arrested. Then we end up having Tubba and freaking Smarty, and they're getting money, so it goes missing. Then they get arrested. Then Diary ends up investigating. Then as they're investigating, then they're burning evidence, which on accident because there's too much of it. And then they end up getting over. So then there's Poison, who hosts the news show. By the way, you host the news show? Wait a minute. Huh? Okay. That's interesting. Considering how much Neil talks about the news show, I'm surprised about the radio show. I'm surprised you don't talk about the news show. But yeah, okay. Then Clay ends up wanting the scoop. So they end up fetching. In the meantime, Gumball Machines end up getting arrested. Like it's completely unrelated. They just kind of, I mean, No, actually they did. It's technically related because the sweatshop is Latte sweatshop, but whatever. But yeah, Gummy Machines gets arrested. There's not too much to it. Latte gets the sweatshop workers to make whatever they want. Clay comes in with the request, but then they get arrested because they immediately say where Latte is. And then Broomer, who also was apparently working at Latte, those two get arrested. And then we end up having Clay and Poison and Moonstone, yeah, they end up having a little bit of a battle. They accidentally burn down the entire building. Nail comes in trying to steal money for the radio show, and then everybody gets arrested alongside Chalky, who ends up getting arrested at the Olympic event. Dude, you see, like, I get it. Dude, the thing is, this is just not real. Like, it's kind of weird with the invention. Like, hold on, would Chalky have made all of this up? Because you'll notice that Chalky is the only one of these arrests that doesn't have anything to do with the other ones. You know, you'll notice that it's the only one that's completely unconnected. And also, by the way, is that everybody? I swear there's like a cast member or two missing from this list. Wait a minute. Hold on. 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. Because Chalky. Who the fuck's missing? Wait a minute. Wait, there's 15 contestants. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait, am I done with counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait, 13, 14. Wait a minute. Who didn't get arrested? Wait, hold on. Now I'm mega shook. Wait a minute. Clay, yeah. Broomer, yeah. Shark Bear, yeah. Headphone, yeah. Diary, yeah. Wait. Tubalard, yes. Moonstone, yes. Poison, yes. Latte, yes. Gummy Machine, yes. Who the fuck? Wait, hold on. Wait, am I just... No, this is definitely 13 people. Wait. Mango. Oh. Wait, Mango didn't get arrested. Okay. According to this story. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, I see. So they're the only arrest that's not there. But wait, how does that work? Because then, it's like, they're coming back just for this. Huh? Dude, the life, man. Because, like, they're coming back, but again, it's like, I understand, but it doesn't need to be realistic because it's a dream anyway. So, okay, alright. So, everybody comes in from jail, except Mango, technically. And yeah, they're doing the whole thing. But eventually, they end up trying to do the challenge, which is to get Chocolate Bar arrested because, you know, they lied to them all. And then the winner who ends up doing that ends up going over. Everybody technically gets to attempt it. However, Chalky and Now end up forcing a split into teams. We end up having a little bit of everything in this episode, which is nice. It has some jokes that are completely unique to itself. It has meta humor as well. In certain moments, and it also includes of course a healthy dandy bunch of reference humor that you gotta do in the finale, right? And so a lot of people come back, like the Obsidian Man, right? Like a lot, like it's cool, all right? It's a cool episode overall in terms of the actual action that happens. It ends up going pretty well, especially because majority of enemies are just absolutely abysmal. But like no obstacle poses more than even the mildest threat ever. So yeah, we end up having that situation. But yeah, Poison. Oh yeah, the freaking purple gummy bear they're kidnapping them all. Doesn't realize that $1 bajillion doesn't exist because by the way, yeah, $1 bajillion doesn't exist. However, I will point out that again, remember, Cracker apparently never got the $1 million. So you know, like, could you just give that? Like, I mean, $1 million is not a bajillion, but to be fair, nothing is a bajillion. So at least $1 million sounds like a lot. And also, at the end of the day, this is exactly the type of cast that will compete for a number of money they don't know what it is. They will for $1 bajillion. Like, yes, I'm sure. But yeah, they end up that apparently because they'll split 1/3 of the revenue, they get rid of 2/3 of the people arrested or something. Which is interesting. They'll end up bringing Naylor and Chalky over to the radio show. They end up running over, but to try to announce that Chocolate Bar needs to get arrested. So they're gonna go over there and fight with their whole shebang. Then we have Blank coming back. Hey, remember Blank? However, yeah, Blank ends up having a little bit of a cameo for a little bit, so that's kind of fun. And then we end up having themselves reach the radio show, where Neo ends up conveniently, of course, goofily, telling Chalky how to get everywhere. And then eventually they have an epic battle where at the last second, Neo ends up, well, after a brutal battle, Neo ends up going off the window, and Chalky closes it. So poetic, you know, the guy that always got thrown out of windows is now the one to throw somebody out of a window. This is so poetic. Thank you, Chalky's dream, for doing that. And then pressing the button to announce it, and everybody's pretty happy. Apparently, Brummer would have gotten half of the money, or half of the bajillion. So, yeah, they have officially won, despite the fact that Chocolate Bar eventually, of course, gets arrested. And then they end up getting a trophy that was made there. And then it was everything that I ever dreamed of. Secondary credits. And then it almost feels like a cut. Hold on, is this a cut? It's not, right? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. Like, is there another scene that wasn't in this episode? You know what? Maybe there was. Wait a minute. I don't know. I feel... Okay. I'm kind of... I don't know if these episodes have ever gotten a cut of them. But I have been suspicious ever since the first batch of episodes didn't have ending credits. I just skipped to the credit scene. Ever since that moment, I was pretty suspicious. Like, okay, we might have done some editing. So, like, is there something like a scene where because I feel like they would have done a more focused in, because how it is, it's just the one line and you have to piece together in your head, otherwise you don't. Because I feel like there would have been a fun. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out, does this music cut itself off? I can't clock it. Hold on. I think it's so hard to tell, man. It's kind of hard. It does. You know what? I think it does. I think it does. This is the conspiracy theory of a lifetime. But what if there was a scene where Chalky woke up and we got rid of it after Backlash? It wouldn't be impossible. YouTube allows you to remove a scene. Like, that's a thing that you can do. That's how I'm presuming those early credits got removed. It's also possible that it's not a thing at all and I'm making shit up. But hey, that's part of it. Being able to see what viewers think of specific things, even if they're completely batshit wrong, it's useful. It's useful to know. It's useful to see how things get interpreted, even if they're dead wrong, right? Because at least, like, you can point in the right direction to things like putting out wrong. We end up having the song. We don't have a post-credit scene. We close it off right there, and that is Extraordinarily Excellent Entities. What do I think of this? It's a series that, well, okay, first of all, us, of course, absolute huge GGs on having ever gotten this done. It's very rare that it's very rare that a major object show gets done, right? Because at the end of the day, we're talking about top dogs, quote unquote. This show is a top dog because it's got an episode over 1 million views, right? And in the same way, so many of the top dog shows, how many of the top dog shows are done? Very little. Very little shows that have an episode over 1 million have actually finished, like, officially. Like, there's some that are done in the sense that they're not going to have any more episodes. However, they're not finished as in, like, they didn't end. They got cancelled, right? This is one of the few that didn't get cancelled and completely got to run its course. However, and it survived through all of the hardship. It survived through 2020. It survived to, school life. And it just kept going just with the pure power of motivation, the pure power of heart, because I mean, like, of course, it's like, WebzForevz is always doing object shows, right? Because they work on majority of the major ones. Yes, that's true. However, just because we're working on some of the major ones doesn't mean that there's necessarily time or motivation to actually do the work for your own, right? I mean, like, for example, Zayn Leaves is literally constantly present for, their other shows and anything else. This doesn't mean that they will make object overload. That is not happening. Like, it just because of that. Like, it just wouldn't. And then overall, so yeah, as absolute a GG. However, it does absolutely suffer from having a writing that's just confused. You know, it's not confusing writing; it's just confused, right? Where like I wasn't confused looking at it because I know that it's just the show not knowing what it's doing, right? Like at the time, because it's unfortunate, you know, characters getting swapped around here, left, down, and center. The time gap just making be like, oh, this could be better. Then we have asset switching constantly. There's like 5 intros, and somehow the one that ends up at the end is the worst one of the 5. that I'm salty about. I'm sorry. How is that the intro? How did we do that? How did we go from at least cool intro that swapped out every batch of episode to picking the most basic format with the song that was already basic when it got chosen in 2014? Now it's omega basic. That I'm pissed. That I'm like, how the hell? How are you gonna do that? Nah, you can't downgrade some of that. But sorry. Like other than that, even that, yeah, characters are kind of confused, you know, they're not able to use their abilities. Like, for example, Clay. Remember how Clay could grow in size? That's pretty cool. Remember how Clay could shapeshift? That was a thing, like, for an episode 3. It's not anymore. Like, no, it's not a thing that you can do. Again, I don't know if I caught it wrong, but I'm pretty sure Clay could shapeshift, right? Remember how, like, a freaking Moonstone could levitate? Literally, when is the last time Moonstone levitated? Do we literally do a gag right here in this episode about Moonstone not tying her shoe properly? Wait a minute. What? Can't you levitate at the... I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you got to untie shoelace. But it's like, why are you running? You know, it's kind of one of those things. Like, that was literally one of the primary gag in episode 1, was that they just kept levitating over everything. And I was like, okay, cool. And then even the mind reading capabilities, it's true. It's, you know what, the meta humor that this show does is true. The Moonstone themselves, as part of one of those meta humor, back when the show was only doing meta humor, ends up saying the line, remember that mind reading thing that I only use for like 3 jokes? It does only use it for like 3 jokes. It never actually uses it for a plot point. It's insane. It tries to use it for a plot point with Diary, right? Because remember, Headset and the other guy hated each other. Nope, that doesn't get you. So yes, no, Moonstone's mind reading capabilities, yes, that which is probably one of the biggest deals that you can possibly have as a character, is somehow useless. Like, no, genuinely, how is Moonstone like that? That is unbelievable, right? And then you have characters like Latte. Latte ends up just like duck. There's 4 Lattes. In my opinion, Latte is 4 characters. They just swapped them out. Like, there was Latte at the beginning that was super on about, you know, being indie and doing everything in an odd way because they're not mainstream. Okay, a couple episodes in, we discovered fanfiction, and we ended up being, oh, Latte's gonna be the fanfiction writer. This is set of fanfiction and writes about fanfiction, and the fanfiction ended up being true. Okay, yeah. And then, randomly in a bunch of episodes, Latte stops talking about fanfiction altogether and just kind of becomes mildly annoyed character that doesn't really do much of anything, right? And then sometimes mentions phones because other people talk to them about it, right? But they don't even mention phones themselves. And then later back here, we return to like the more phone based heavy Latte here, right? But like in general, Latte's switched up so much to where it's not an unrecognizable character. And different characters switched up a lot. Nail switched up a lot, but it was 100% positive. Nail went from nothing burger to absolute goat. Nail is by far definitely the most improved, but probably ends up peaking higher than every other character peaked. Nail is this show taking, like, because this show kind of had the complicated situation where it had to deal with so much open, like, it had to deal with so much bullshit that it made earlier, right? When it was improving, it had the problem where it had so much, like, it needed to still carry with it. Nail was the character that didn't have had the least of that burden. So they managed to just make, while the show was improving in its writing, they managed to dump that onto Nail. Right? They made that dump onto Nail, who really didn't have much backing needed because it didn't have that much of a backstory, and then just ran with it. So Nail absolutely sped through it, and I think that the quality of Nail is what makes me believe in the quality of the rest, in the quality of the future, right? But yeah, and then the other characters exist. The Broomer Boys, again, it's interesting. So the Broomer Boys don't exist, apparently. How does 3EE work? I'm gonna need to watch it. I'm going to need to watch it. I mean, yes, that's what we're gonna do, in tomorrow, or well, whatever the next episode is. But like, we're gonna need to do that. But like, at the end of the day, it's like, holy shit. That's like a thing. Yeah, overall, yeah, basically, it's just this show was just simply a little bit confused, right? It said a lot of shit. It made the characters do a lot. They gave a character so many traits and details that they just forget. So it just kind of feels like a show where like the latest 2 things of each character are currently of note, but the last 5 aren't, which is always unfortunate because if the character had 7 things about them and they were all there, that would be a hell of a character, right? They'll be super developed. But no, it's not super developed because there aren't 7 things of a character. There's 2 that rotate, right? So yeah, but I'm excited because that finale was alright. It did have maybe a little bit too much exposition, but like overall it was a relatively chill finale, which is nice because I watched this pretty late, so I was relatively chilled out as well. So it wasn't like too action, it wasn't too drama, so yeah, I overall got to chill out. But overall, yeah, I mean, I'm still excited. I do believe, yeah, this season had 1 million problems, and you can tell it. Nearly every nearly every episode discussion had a significant amount of critiques. It makes for a very interesting show, though. Again, watching imperfect media is really interesting. Like in a way, watching imperfect media is better than watching perfect media. So I absolutely don't mind watching something like this where it's obviously flawed and I can criticize it so easily. Like it's one of those things where it's like, I don't even not realize just one watch through the episode, but like in general is like, it's interesting to point it out, right? So it's cool. Okay, I've blabbered on too much. I feel like I've said most of pretty much what I wanted to say. Let's do the official outro. Alright, that will be all for today's episode of Object Catchup. I was not expecting this show to take me as long as it did. I really didn't clock its length because I was like, okay, it's not that much bigger than EEE, so I should be able to, relatively get it done with. But no, I mean, it just stacks. I'm pretty bad at noticing it. So yeah, it's unfortunate because I was originally debating, should I pair this with 3EE maybe? But then I was like, yeah, if I do that, this is 4 hours. I'm probably expecting 3EE to be like, what, 2-ish? So, that would make a 6-hour video that would take me an extra day as well. And it was like, okay, let's just call it here, right? Let's not exaggerate. Let's kind of just do our jam, all right? I'm not going to allow this video to hit 4 hours because I think that would be disingenuous to the amount of content that there is. So yes, the road to 3EE is about to reach its completion. If you made it on the show episode lately, or if you've had a request that's either new or old, I'm sorry. You're gonna need to wait for this major batch for me to have caught up with this major batch. All right, my apologies. Thank you all for watching. See you next time. Goodbye. We're all caught up.